Mnataka kurudi kwa moto ama mnataka kuokoka? Mnataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni baba. Nawaambia.
Mlikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende.
Muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Rift Valley tuko pamoja. Petition ile ya pesa 8. Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
Raila, tega sikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba aregesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tuende maandamano. Wakenya wamechoka.
Sisi vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Tumesema sisi si majambazi.
You are watching Sound Can't Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Can't Talk. Tukutane Sound Can't Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. There is a storm brewing in the country. This time round is different from other political storms that we've experienced before. Kenyans are angry people with the Ruto administration. They can't take the lies anymore, and they can't enjoy being taken for fools anymore. Therefore, there is a resounding call all over the country right now for Kenyans to take back their country. William Ruto and team have not done what they promised. They have damaged our country and they have left it for destruction. Therefore, Kenyans of goodwill are saying we must take our country back. I don't know where you belong in that conversation, but I call upon you to be on the right side of history. As we start our conversation tonight, we're calling upon you to engage with the rest of Kenyans in ensuring that what is wrong with this country is fixed. We can't let things to fix themselves. We must take responsibility and make happen what must happen to help every Kenyan recover what they have lost. Well, a lot has happened. The taxation, the overtaxation, and now the impunity of robbing Kenyans in the name of KRA duty payment, custom payment at the airport. No Kenyan is having it easy anymore. The rich also cry, the poor cry alike, and Zakayo is enjoying trips around the world on bills that he is not paying. How long will you let this happen? Let's wake up and do what we must do. Thank you so much for joining us. Even as we start the conversation, please do as usual. Make sure you're inviting somebody to join into the discourse. Share that link with everybody in your life. Don't watch alone. 3 ways to participate on the comment section. You pen down your comment and we'll be highlighting a few to share with the rest of Kenyans. The second way, you use the link we have shared in the comment section to get into the studio. We'll put you on the screen and you will speak to Kenyans and the world as a whole as you air out your points. The third one, you participate into the poll, and the poll is on Sound Candid Talk. We are asking, will William Ruto survive the wrath of Kenyans? Will William Ruto survive the wrath of Kenyans in a looming political storm? We need to hear what you think and feel about the whole scenario. So far, 22 people have already cast their vote. Will William Ruto survive the wrath of Kenyans in the looming political storm? And 15% say yes, 85% say he will not. Please, before you cast your vote, make sure that you like the video. Thank you so much for being on the forefront of ensuring that that happens. I salute everyone as you join. Please keep inviting someone else. Bunuta, karibu kwa show. Charles Green, welcome to the show. Liliana, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. Roso Muga, karibu kwa show. Tuni Muhammad, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Bernard Owino, welcome to the show. Simba Omar Said, welcome to the show. Ubuntu, karibu sana. Thank you so much. Angela Wamboi, welcome to the show. James Mutiso, karibu sana na kuona. Na utuambie una watch ukiwa wapi, unatupata vizuri ama kuna mushkili mahali ambako ni lazima tufix. Nashukuru kila mmoja, naomba tumakinike tunapoangazia masuala haya. Link ya kutumia kuingia studio ndio hii. Tafadhali click on the link, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I can see Wandera James, welcome. I salute everyone. Please, let's be on the forefront. We are live on Sound Candid Talk, Sound Candid Talk Live YouTube channels, and then Sound Candid Talk Facebook page. Share with everyone. Make sure no one is left out as Kenyans weigh on what is bedeviling this country and the irresponsible leadership of William Ruto in fixing what is wrong with this country. Well, we call upon each right-thinking Kenyan not to lay back and do nothing. It is time for each one of us to do what we must do to save our country once and for all. We start with listening to Kenyans as they voice out their issues about this country and what you must do as a Kenyan. And then, of course, we'll be playing for you that Kibwagizo again for you to understand that being deceived can be very dangerous for the country. That's what this Kenyan is talking about. Let's listen out even as we start out. Na karibisha mtu, tafadhali ingia studio mara moja, changia, usingoje dakika ya mwisho. Asante.
Fellow Kenyans, it is no longer funny for us to be divided along party lines. They say that divide and rule. William Samoei Ruto has successfully divided Kenyans so that he can rule in whichever way he wants. Watu wa Azimio kila siku wanamuka hapa TikTok wanasema tuliwaambia, tuliwawarn. Watu wa Kenya Kwanza pia every time wakapa TikTok, wacha tupatie hustler time, tutachagua tena hustler for the second time. Kenyans, for once in your lives, wake up, smell the coffee, and let us take our country back. I want to tell you here without fear of doubt that we have lost our country. Even taking a national ID, which is a free government service, and that is the reason why we are paying taxes. The government is charging its citizens 1,000 shillings. We are paying taxes, pay as you earn, every single day. All these businesses are paying taxes every single day. And yet, the government doesn't see that. Wanaongeza pesa, ukienda pale kuchukua passport, ukienda ukipoteza ID unalipa sahi shilingi 2,000, na wewe ni mtu mmoja unalipa tax kila siku. You are overtaxed kila kitu. Wameongeza hadi bei ya mafuta, lakini bado wanaona kwamba ya ID ikipotea lazima ulipe. Life is becoming unbearable because you know what? Kenyans are divided along party lines. Mimi ni wa UDA, mimi ni wa Azimio, tuliwawarn, wacha sasa tusafa wote. So kama tunasafa wote, inatusaidia na nini? Hiyo kuteseka sisi wote, watu wa Azimio na watu wa UDA, inatusaidia na nini? It is time to take back our country because our country went to the dogs. It is time to tell this government that the time is up. They need to do whatever they promised or they leave office. Simple. Kenyans, you play too much with very important things. And that is the reason why Kenya tuko mahali hapa penye tuko. You play too much with very, very dangerous things. Ati wanasema sahi bei ya mafuta imepanda ama gharama ya maisha imepanda because of the war between Hamas and Israel. Really? Let us stop playing with important issues as the high cost of living. It is time to take our country back. Hashtag take our country back. Take our country back. Take our country back.
A good place to start. Take our country back. A call that I believe every right-thinking Kenyan must answer at this point in time. We can't take it easy anymore. It is no longer business as usual in this country when everything is about pay, tax, and production is dead. The exodus of investors is on the high. The shilling is dropping with every passing day. We can't take this lying down anymore. So I'm calling upon each and every Kenyan from wherever you are. Please, let's be on the forefront. Let's do what we must do. Refuse to let the country be destroyed under your watch. So I'm calling upon every one of us. Please don't let this country go to the dogs while you are here. Let history record that you did something in salvaging our country. Don't let Zakayo and team destroy our beloved country while you are here. We need to hear your voice from wherever you are. Please use that link in the comment section. Get into the studio. Let's talk. Or you can voice out your thoughts about what is happening on the comment section. I can see Wandera James anasema mimi niko chonjo hapa Kampala, Uganda. Asante sana. Thank you so much for keeping it right here, even as we proceed with the conversation. Bundu says, better we remain here, a few of us, than this Uda Mall, e.g., public participation. Well, we will do everything in our power, whether we are home or away, until we get our country back to constitutional function. Where it is right now, it is out of joint. No doubt it's out of joint. And the driver plus the makanga, all of them are lost, and we cannot let our passengers plunge themselves into the sea by reason of us laying back. And so raise your voice, be heard, make noise where you are. Let it be known that Zakayo and team are out to destroy this country, and we can't let them. Let's do everything in our power. Well, okay, kuna FT clips. It says a basic land surge you don't get conned will now be 2K from 500 bob. The greed in this government is extraordinary. Now look at those things. What we are raising here. Okay, everything is being revised. It's all because somebody out there thinks that the government is something out of joint. Sorry. All right, let me get rid of that noise. Okay, this is what we are highlighting. Okay, there is a reason why government is government and private sector is private sector. There is a reason why private sector charges for their service exorbitantly, to some degree, if we could use that word. And there is a reason why the services offered by the government should be less costing. It is less costing because wananchi have paid for that service through their paying of taxes, through the taxation. Okay, by us accepting to be taxed by the government, that government should give us preference in terms of the quality and the quantity of service we are receiving at a subsidized whatever fee. So in fact, that fee ought not to be something that we are kind of fighting to make happen. There is something amiss with this. Just a moment. I don't know if you're getting that noise. Okay, let me just fix this. I don't get this. Okay, hold on. Something is playing in the background. I don't understand where it's coming from. Is it part of our enemies at work? All in all, I was explaining, when the government takes the taxes, it's supposed to give us preference in terms of the services we receive. Getting an ID, the passport, and all government documents, it's supposed to be either free or at a very minimal fee, because every Kenyan should access that document. It is necessary for the government as well as for the Kenyans. Now, when the government takes the taxi with one hand, then goes to sell us the same whatever services or products at the same fee, at the same market price with the rest of the private sector, then it is true that when Zakayo is denying the sentiments of Gashagwa that Kenya is now a limited company with his mouth, in his action is confirming what we are having is a limited company, and whatever they are offering it at a market price. And so each one of us has to be aware of the same. and do what they must do, saving the day. Mato, I don't know what's happening with my gadget. Please get in. Let me help. Let me find out what's going on.
Kitambulisho ni haki yako. Ukipata mtu ambaye anakuitisha pesa ati ndio upatiwe kitambulisho, huyo mtu tunataka mpige ripoti, huyo mtu aende nyumbani. Kuna watu wengi sana wanaweza kufanya kazi.
When President Ruto took over in September 2022, a barrel of crude oil was $105. Today it's $80, having dropped by $25, a 23% decrease in price. A liter of petrol in October 2022 was 108 shillings. Today it's at 217 shillings per liter. With 23% drop in crude oil prices, petrol should ideally retail at 147 shillings per liter. Why are we paying 217 shillings per liter instead of the ideal 147 shillings per liter?
A good question. Why are we paying more when we paid less when the cost of oil was higher than crude oil was higher than now? Who is this that wants to make a kill out of Kenyans, regardless of what the world market is offering them? If the market forces are the ones to determine the price, that is supply and demand. Who is this manipulating supply and demand so that they keep charging us more even when the cost of the crude oil has dropped? Who is behind this? And is he willing to take responsibility in ensuring that that doesn't happen to Kenyans? What we have right now is a government that is stealing from Kenyans and aiding thieves to steal from Kenyans. And it's a sad, sad, sad state of affairs that the people that are supposed to protect us, they're the ones lynching us. We must refuse to continue like this. So karibu kwa mazungumzo yetu. Tunakuomba tafadhali usikae mbali, sikiliza kwa makini, njoo na point zako, pia tukafanya nini? Tukazichangie. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of this great conversation. Na kuomba tafadhali, kama uja subscribe kwa Sound Candy Talk Live, hakikisha una subscribe huko. It's our backup channel. We need to keep it running as well and growing, even as we sustain this one and also grow this one. So please don't relent and don't draw back on liking the videos from both channels and of course participating in the conversation. Wherever you enjoy watching, please watch from there, but let us see you play your role in ensuring that the information is reaching rightful people, in ensuring that what we are doing is the right thing. Okay, there is Richard Kering, and the same keeping the shilling relevant globally is the challenge. Keeping the shilling relevant globally, why should it be a challenge now? And it had been sustained all along during the Jubilee administration. What is it that Uhuru Kenyatta did in cushioning the shilling against the dollar that William Ruto is not doing? Because it is not normal for the shilling to depreciate faster and greater in 1 year than it did in 10 years. That's not normal. And so when Richard, we are calling upon you to place the right question to rightful people. What is it that Uhuru Kenyatta did to sustain the shilling? Moved from, in fact, Uhuru Kenyatta took it when it was playing around 199, 98, thereabout. Then 2013, that is. So under Kibaki, the shilling had not crossed the 100 whatever figure. And so it was around 100, there 101, 99, 98, 95. Then Uhuru took over and sustained that from 2013 all the way to 2022. The shilling depreciated by 10 bob. Okay, 10 years, the shilling depreciated by 10 shillings. Ruto takes office in 2022, okay, or September, all right? By that time, the shilling was trading against the dollar at 119, 117, 120 on the higher side. We are just 1 year into the Ruto administration. The shilling has dropped from 120 to 150 plus. You cannot explain that in any other language for me to understand, except that there is somebody who is doing nothing as far as cushioning the shilling is concerned. And how do you strengthen the shilling? By production. By production. We can't be exporting less. We can't be exporting less and importing more and strengthen the shilling at the same time. Okay, we can't be feeding more than we are producing and sustain the shilling. So if our industries are not working, our job market is dropping, and our trading with our neighbors is also dwindling, the dollars will not come from heaven. And so it's simple economics. But it appears to me that William Ruto's economics is all about put the dollars in his pocket, roam around the world. He thinks less about Kenya. He thinks less about cushioning Kenyans from harsh economic times. And he is busy causing that to happen. Because when he travels with dollars. He doesn't travel with shillings. Okay? He buys tickets in dollars, not in Kenya shillings. If that is, if he has to buy dollars, I mean to buy ticket. But everything as he goes around the world, the shopping he does is in dollars. So he's part and parcel of the depreciation of the shilling. He can't sleep in Kenya 2 days. He's in 2 days, 3 days is gone. 2 days, 3 days is gone. He's hardly here for a week. And you want to tell me that's a person that is going to help turn around this economy? I don't think so. He's too much detached to know what's happening with the economy. And so he's unfit to be the solution provider in our current situation. So please, I'm calling upon us. Let's be on the forefront. Let's do what we must do. Let's save our country once and for all. Okay, thank you so much. There is this one here that the American ambassador on Saturday considered that she had erred by proclaiming the 2022 presidential elections were free and fair. Zakayo is in deep trouble now. That is it. You know, it's good to think before you speak out, but I think it's a move in the right direction. It's a move in the right direction. We really need to fix this country. And if revisiting the 2022 election is part of the solution, we need that solution so badly. We can't wait to see the manifestation of the same. So we must do what we must do to save our country. Well, naomba tafadhali ingia studio, tumia hii link. Na inaonekana watu hawaoni link ama wanaogopa kuonekana kwa TV. Mnaogopa Zakayo ama mnaogopa nani? Karibu tukajadili masuala haya mara moja. Tumia hii link, ingia studio, ukaseme yako mawili matatu tunaposonga mbele. Ni lazima tutekeleze wajibu wetu kama Wakenya wazalendo. Usiwe mwoga na usiogope kusema yaliyo haki, ndio mwenye kusema. Okay, so we have to be Kenyans indeed. Okay, let's listen to this. even as we continue the conversation. Sijui tumefika wapi na story ya nini, wacha niwape tu sulu how far we are gone with the voting. In a short while I'll be giving that to you. Please, let's be on the forefront. Let's ensure that we participate fully. We are liking the video. We are casting our vote. And then, of course, we are refusing to be taken for a ride. 30 minutes into the show, 75 people have cast, 78. There we go. 78 people have cast their votes. Will William Ruto survive the wrath of Kenyans in the looming political storm? 13% say yes. Okay, there the figure has changed. 40, whatever. 79 people have cast their vote, and 14% say yes. 86% say no. 80 people have cast their vote, and we have 52 likes. That means 30 people have not liked the video. Please participate into the show by ensuring that you do what? You like the video and then cast your vote. That's the reason why we are putting them parallel that way. Please, let's do that so that we have a verification process whereby we can tell the really people that polled are the really people that liked the video. Thank you so much. 83 votes, 13 say yes, 87 say no. That is in form of percentages. Haya, karibuni kila moja tukajadili maswala haya. Okay. Okay, I can see Mr. Mike here. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you?
Great, great. Good to see you. Long time.
Long time. I'm well, Bernard. I'm well. God is taking care of us because that is the only place we can now seek sure help.
Exactly.
Bernard, if I would want to appreciate Raila is for one thing. For once, he took the advice of Kenyans and we begged him to keep quiet for some time and be silent for some time. What could have happened this time, Bernard, is the high cost of fuel prices would have been attributed to maandamano. The cost of living and the taxes that are being imposed on Kenyans would have been attributed to maandamano. But now that it's not there, they went on a fishing expedition and picked Hamas as the reason why the fuel is up. But you see now, we have our brother Tanzania, which is writing memos to the citizen that because of Hamas, fuel is going down. Now, the king has been found naked with lies. It is so embarrassing, Bernard, when everybody, even those, this regime is stinking to the heavens. Everybody is running away. No one wants to associate with it. Malema said in South Africa that Raila should keep quiet. He came and almost begged for Kenyans to forgive him for having misunderstood the dynamics of politics in this country. He saw the true picture. You have just talked about the US ambassador. The reality is checking in, and the Americans' interest in Kenya is purely business. When they see your popularity is dwindling, they'll quickly move over because they want to stay afloat. They don't want to sink with you. So they are running away because they don't want to be on the wrong side of the camp when things change. So things are going to happen, and the bottom line, Bernard, is Raila should continue allowing this regime wanasema kwa Kiswahili kujikaanga kwa mafuta yake. Political analysts say that or the 48 laws of power say that when your enemy is making mistakes, do not be quick to interrupt. Allow him to go on up to the logical conclusion. So we have allowed this government to operate and give it space. And you can see, Bernard, the glue that puts Kenya Kwanza together has always been Raila. You remove him, wanasambaratika. Mount Kenya are fighting over each other. The counties that are impeaching their governors are not in Nyanza. They are in Embu, Kiambu. Some want to do that but out of fear they have kept quiet. But nobody is sitting pretty in Mount Kenya. And when Rigathi says he wants to bring unity in Mount Kenya and he can't bring unity among 60 MCS and a governor, you wonder what type of unity he's looking for if he cannot control a small county. So, Bernard, we are in for bigger things in terms of the revelations of the thefts, the incompetence, and the shallowness in what we were being told in the plan. There is no plan in place in this regime. What we have are people who are good in propaganda. But like we said, Bernard, propaganda has a life shelf. And looks like its expiry date is before end of 2023. And we shall be there no matter what, Bernard, to see it crumbling. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you so much, Mike, for that excellent start. We appreciate it. Thank you, IG, as you join. I want to respond to this Dan Kemboi. And I said, if money was left by the previous regime, I think Ruto could have not taxed the Kenya like this. The problem started long ago at Raila angekuwa rais, pesa tena haingekuwa. I really get surprised how people predict if Raila will be president, what will happen, and they can't let him be president. I really don't get it. But just for for the way of information, Mr. Kemboi, government does not operate on savings. Government does not save money. Government collects taxes and uses. That is how Uhuru worked for 10 years. That's how Kibaki worked for 10 years. That's how Moi operated for 24 years. They collect in the morning, they pay bills in the afternoon, and that's how life continues for each and every government worldwide. And if they can't meet their bill, they borrow to pay the bill because their money comes in regularly, just like you are eligible to loan from your banking, whatever service provider, because you are depositing, okay? Or your pay slip, your salary comes through the bank. So they know that on a specific day, there will be amount of money in your account. So if they give you an overdraft, they're anticipating you will regularly service your account and they will be able to get their money. So there is no government that collects money and keeps them in gunias, waiting for another regime to come in and use it to pay their bills. What you are giving as an excuse for William Ruto is a sheer misconception that you have been fed by the Ruto wing of thinking that there is an amount of money that government keeps for the next regime to come and use. That doesn't work. Okay, that doesn't work. Secondly, when you get into the new office, the first thing you need to learn is the ropes on how things work here. And that's why when Kibaki took over, in 2002, he retained all the key leaders that Moi had, from the Attorney General, from the key leaders. He retained them. He did not disturb the status quo until he settled down. Then he was able to rock where he can rock because he has stabilized. You don't come in, throw away everybody, and expect to remain in control. You won't. Songo did the same mistake. He took over the governorship of Nairobi, chased away everybody. He says he's come to fight cartels. Cartels threw him out without him knowing he has been thrown out. Until today, he doesn't know what hit him. That is the same mistake William Ruto did. Okay, he gets into office, he gets excited. He said this subsidy for petrol is useless. Pesa mtaani is useless. This one is useless. He's removing the pillars from the house. Ametoa ya kona hii, ametoa ya kona hii. Now the roof is coming down. He's now saying, I wish. So, Mr. Kemboy, advise William Ruto. His problem is that he removed the pillars that were holding the economy together. One of it was kazi mtaani. The next one was subsidy for petrol. That's what was controlling the price. When the crude oil goes up, there is always something suppressing it. And as long as it's suppressing every other commodity that depends on petrol. So when we subsidize, when we put subsidy on petrol, we are controlling unga, we are controlling wheat, we are controlling everything on the shelf. That was a controlling factor. Lakini akaona ni waste of money. Why? He's economically illiterate. That is what this country is suffering from. People who don't think beyond their noses. And I'm not shy to talk about that because that's what we are suffering. Okay, somebody taking silly mistake and making a silly mistake on a matter of life and death. How do you be in government all this time and you don't know that the economy is controlled by controlling the prices for petrol, and the sustaining of the strength of the shilling depends majorly on controlling the export and the import? Yani we uko tu, kazi yako ni God help this country. And so Kenyans of goodwill, let's refuse to buy into the propaganda of William Ruto and the team. Hawa ni watu wamechanganyikiwa. Na ukiwafuata utachanganyikiwa na wewe kama walivyochanganyikiwa. Hii nchi inahitaji mtu anafikiria vizuri na anaona. Saa hii hawezi control watu kuzaa, okay? Wacha hii mnajaribu. Watu wanazaliwa kila siku. Population will grow with or without your help. That one is a guarantee. So when you assume responsibility as a government officer, understand there will be 10 million, there will be 10,000 babies born every day in the country. You must be able to feed them. Are you going to feed them by climbing on the plane and roaming around the country, the world, and complaining to that same world? Let William Ruto roll his sleeves, do the work that will help Kenyans. If he can't, let him get out of the kitchen. Simple and pure. Asante kwa kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi katika kipindi. Endelea kukaribisha mtu na endelea kutoa maoni yako. Thank you so much kwa watu wa comment section, na watu wale wako Sound Country Talk Live. Sijaweka poll huko, kuna shida kiasi. I'm still sorting that out. When I'll be able, I'll put it there. But the poll is on Sound Country Talk, where we are asking, will William Ruto survive the storm, whatever, the wrath of Kenyans in the looming political storm? Let me just do that before I bring in Evans to share his view. Will William Ruto survive the wrath of Kenyans in the looming political storm? So far, we have 105 people have cast their vote, and of the 105, 14% say yes, and 86% say no. He doesn't have a chance. He will not survive. Ivan Sabarele. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Okay. Mzuri sana.
Yes.
Wata. Yeah.
Yes,
kitu ambacho naweza. Yeah, asante sana. Kitu ambacho naweza sema, this guy is confused, number one. This guy is really confused because vitu ambavyo wanafanya they do not make sense. Number one, vitu ambavyo sasa anaanza kuintroduce like maybe somebody amepata mtoto nje ya Kenya, akija na mtoto nchini anakuwa tax 1.2. It doesn't make any sense. somebody who is that hustler, that mama mboga ule mwenye alikuwa maybe idea akipoteza kibahati mbaya, ameibiwa, imepotea, is being charged that right now 2,000. Why atapata wapi 2,000 mama mboga? Maybe that is the profit. Yes, that is the profit. So this guy, number one, vitu ambavyo anafanya is like making the life of these common people. These common people, they're suffering right now. We as common people are suffering because getting an ID is like going to buy, is like your pesa ni kama rent ya mtu. That 2,000 like someone's rent. Ukiniambia sahi ati somebody to pay 1.2 so that he can able to be that child can able to be given birth certificate or can able to be recognized as a citizen. Why will I get that 1.2? Why will I get that money? And then the other thing, that easy taxes ambazo right now at somebody is traveling coming back to Kenya at that JKIA is being harassed. At kama amenunua something, a new phone, is being harassed, is being told that you have to pay another amount of money. Why should I pay another amount of money? For what? For what reason? And it is mine. I have bought it from another country. Why should I be harassed? And that is my country. So you see, it means that we are wananchi, we don't have that freedom right now. Your freedom inakuwa splashed out. You see. So this guy is making the country to become hard. All people everyone right now is crying. After what those middle class people who are there right now, they are crying. You see. So life has become very hard. You see. Life has become very hard, and he's making. I don't know who is controlling this guy to make these silly mistakes that he's making. He's making each and every day. I don't know who is advising him. I think those advisors who are advising this guy, they are misleading him. They are really misleading him. And this guy, ground says shifted. Even those people who are supporting the UDA, ground imekuwa shifted. Let me ask you I have some questions maybe to ask the UDA supporters. Number one, this guy is opening offices there in Nyanza, in Western, those UDA offices. Where is that money coming from? That's the first question. The second question, this guy is traveling from one country to another. Where is that money coming from? This guy is saying that petroleum will rise up to 300. And the same Tanzania, they are using which mafuta gani Tanzania wanatumia? The same mafuta gani Uganda wanatumia? Now Uganda, all their transportation, first of all, has to pass through Kenya, going to their country. And ukiangalia mafuta Uganda is cheap. The same applies to Tanzania. So it's like there is a game which is being played over here. There is some cartels here in the government. He was saying that when I ascend into office, I will make sure that I fight the cartels. I make sure that unga itakuwa chini. I make sure that mafuta itakuwa chini. Why are those things now? Why is he is not talking about those things right now? Why is he not talking about those things right now? People are losing jobs each and every day. People are closing businesses. Go to town. Enda town sahi. Watu wanafunga biashara because they cannot sustain to pay the rent. Because hakuna profit. People are not making profit into those businesses right now. Hata masimu zimeongezewa paka mabei. So where are we going? All these taxes that he's collecting, amekuwa collect from aingie into office. Amefanyia nini? Hebu tuonyeshe kitu ya maana Ruto amefanya with those taxes. Tuonyeshe hata one or two things amefanya. But ameingia pale ni kutoa vitu ambavyo vilikuwa zinasaidia common youth. People like us youth. Kazi mtaani ilikuwa inasaidia watu. Most of families they were getting something out of each and every day. You see? So this guy amekuja pale kuharibu, sio kujenga. Ameharibu everything. You see? So mimi najiuliza, this guy, hii pesa ambayo amekuwa akibroke MPs, hii pesa amekuwa kitoa wapi? Akisema government wakiblame that Uhuru na Raila and they took all the money. Where is the evidence? They are being told to present the evidence. They do not have the evidence now. When you are being accused that you have stolen something or you have taken something, there is an evidence which is being tabled. Where is the evidence? They usually say that these people, they took the money. Now hii pesa ambayo amekuwa kitumia, we know very well. Hii pesa ambayo this is the tax money amekuwa kichukua, so that they can able to politicize everywhere wherever they go. The country is suffering, yet he is opening offices. Wananchi wanaumia, yet huko anafungua maofisi za UDA. Wananchi wanaumia, yet he is doing brokes. Ana broke vitu kuingia Kenya. Sasa token, people cannot afford token. Sasa inaenda kiongezeka. Sasa the way Uhuru left token, ukiangalia ile rate Ruto aliacha token moja. Sasa token ina 50 bob, you cannot survive with one token of 100 shillings. So where are we heading as a nation? Where are we heading? He has really messed up everything. Hiyo kazi ambayo anasema kazi, hizo kazi ziko wapi? Me, I really wonder people watu wakisema ati Ruto anafanya kazi. Ruto anafanya kazi gani? Hebu mtu aniambie tu one or two things that Ruto amefanya kitu ya maana. Sasa kupata passport sasa ameongeza bei. Why? Passport was 4500. Right now is almost ile passport, the cheapest passport is 7500. Huyo mtoto wa mama mboga atapata hiyo 7500 wapi? Where will he get it? Where will he get it? Sasa kuna mabrokers kila pale, sio huko DCI huko kwa kupata hiyo nini, hiyo good conduct, kuna lazima uongane upate. Sio uende kwa Nyayo House mambo ya passport, lazima uongane upate. Yani this government, every place you go that you must bribe so that you get something, you get your service. Why? And then he's saying that he's working. What is he working? What is he doing in that office? Hata these ministries zote ambazo hizi ministries zote ukifuatilia, I'm telling you, there's full of corruption. Ilikuwa ni land, watu wanabomolewa manyumba, yet ananyamaza. Na ni yeye is the one who is into that inside, is the one who is controlling those things. He wants to make money out of it. Why? Anasema watu wasikate when he was the vice president, he was fighting so that people should not cut trees. Right now anajuza anakuja kusema watu zile miti ambazo zimekaa huko ziweze kukatwa. Why is this guy anasema huko vitu ambavyo alikuwa anasema alikuwa anapinga wakati alikuwa vice is the things that he's doing right now. Where are we heading? As a nation, where are we heading? This guy has corrupted this nation. This guy, there's nothing that he has done, and I know there is nothing that he will do. Even if he's being given 10 years, there's nothing he will do. I think maybe 2017, maybe 2027, unless maybe Aibe are sent to power again. Maybe Aibe. But according to the moods and the people, the way people are very angry. Even those people are supporting him, they're very angry because life has become hard. Sasa hata kupata mili moja inakuwa ni shida. Watu wanalala njaa. People are sleeping hungry. What 200 you cannot buy anything. 200 shillings you cannot buy anything. But the time of Uhuru, when you had that 200, you can able to buy something. You can buy a sugar, you can buy a majani chai, you can buy a bread, and you can take a tea. But right now, things are very hard. Kazi ziko wapi? Hizo kazi za mikono siku hizi hakuna. Hata hizo kazi za jua kali ambao watu walikuwa wanakimbilia zinapotea. Investors wanakimbia. How can you be terrorizing people at the JKIA? Or terrorize even tourists who are coming? You want to search their bags. I've never seen in any airport. I've traveled out of Kenya, but I've never seen somebody being searched at bags. Unakuwa searched bags at wajue nini iko ndani yake, ndani ya hizo bags. Why is it? Where are we heading? I think Kenyans, we have to stand up. And Kenyans, we have to leave this mentality of tribalism. But Kenyans, the problem that sometimes we end up into a pit is all about we vote according to tribal. We vote according to huyu ni mtu wetu. We vote because huyu mtu wetu lazima kuwe pale. No. The time that we shall leave this tribal line, that's the time that we shall go far. But at the moment that we have this mentality of tribal, mimi natoka Mount Kenya, mimi natoka Nyanza, mimi natoka Western, we have to do this, we have to, mtu wetu lazima kuwe pale. That's the place where we go wrong. You see, that's the place where we go wrong. Let us vote somebody because of the money, what he has done, the record that he has. Tuangalie mtu rekodi ya mtu, kabla tumpatie mtu kiti, lazima tuangalie rekodi ya huyu mtu ni gani, amefanya nini? What are some of the changes that amefanya? Tusichukue mtu tunamjua ya kuwa kesho, tunamjua huyu ni mtu ambaye akiingia pale atakuwa anajinyakulia, atakuwa anatafuta mali. So Ruto ameingia pale kutafuta mali. Ruto hajaingia pale kufanya kazi. That's the reality on the ground. Ameingia pale kutafuta mali. Hajaingia pale kufanya kazi. Yeah. Because hizi taxes zote, hizi pesa zinaenda wapi? Na zinafanya nini? Tuambiwe hizi pesa kuna nini zinafanya maana. Tuambiwe pesa inafanya nini? Hata hii manyumba bwana anasema anajenga. Hii manyumba ni biashara yake. Hizi biashara zake hizi. This is business. So mimi I can appeal to my fellow Kenyans wherever they are. Let us reason. Let us come and reason. Let us abolish this tribal line. Let us come as a focus, and we solve these real issues which is on the table. Things are very hard. Things are very hard. It's not easy. I don't know even next year how things will be. If this year we are ending like this, I don't know how in January things will be. I think even people will watu wengi watakuwa drop out of school because school fees itakuwa ni shida. Surviving in Kenya is becoming a problem. So this guy, I don't know, but nothing that he's doing. Nothing that he's doing. The other day that they have spent a lot of money. Today Raila said that this guy 30 shillings is going from petrol is going to his pocket. That is the reality. You will find is the reality on the ground. Hii tax ya mafuta hii. I mean, all these mafuta inafika mpaka 270 is for what? Kwani mafuta wanauziwa? Kwani mafuta hata kama ni hii mafuta Tanzania wanauziwa aje? Na Uganda wanauziwa aje? We want to know the prices. Hao wanauziwa na mtu mwingine tofauti ama wanatoa wapi ama wanachimba? I want to know Uganda are they drilling the oil ama Tanzania? Because we want to know. That's the question we want to know.
So Bwana Evans.
Yeah.
Asante sana Bwana Evans. Tunashukuru ujumbe umefika na kila Mkenya ako na wewe katika masuala haya, na ndiposa tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba Zakayo anashughulikiwa. We can't let our country go to the dogs under watch. So let's be on the forefront. Fanya kelele everywhere. In the little space you find yourself in, let's make noise. Okay, one of the wonders of the world is this one. Okay, this is the latest national ID, and I've just noted somebody just sent me this. It has expiry date. I think it has a lifespan of 5 years. 5 years. So it is just like a school ID. Was it given yearly or was it given when you are admitted and when you will leave? So Zakayo is mad. This is not. So what is the difference between or registering the ID into driving license or something like that? I don't get it. So we will not have anything permanent that identifies you. This one will expire. The passport expires. The driving license expires. So when all these things have expired, how will you be identified? As in, what one thing identifies you? And everything else is stressed to that one thing. If the ID expires, the driving license expires, the international passport expires. So when all these things have expired, utaitwa nani? Ulitoka wapi? We ni nani? Hey. IG, make a submission, then we can bring in Mr. Guru.
Jambo Bernard.
Tuko poa, karibu.
Mr. Evans na Guru, habari zenu? Yeah, when everything expires, sasa itafika mahali pia wewe una expire. You cease to be a Kenyan citizen. Unatafuta pa kwenda. Sasa yangu tu niko na machache ya kusema. Mimi kile kitu naweza sema, nahurumia wale watu ambao bado wanaamini huyu mtu anaitwa Ruto. I really pity them because ni kama wao pia hawaoni, wamefunga macho, wamefunga masikio, kila kitu wamefunga, ni kama hawaoni. So wale watu bado wanaunga huyu jamaa mkono, na wakimpa masikio kwa yale ambaye anasema, na wahurumia sana. Kuna mambo ya mahindi. Hii mambo ya mahindi imeongelewa sana. High cost of living, mahindi jamaa, nakumbuka last akiwa parliament juzi, address alifanya juzi, alisema mahindi imeshuka sijui saizi iko sijui 75, between 60 to 75 shillings per 2 kg. Sasa swali ni moja, kama mahindi iko between 60 to 75 shillings per 2 kg, na saizi cereals, National Cereal Board wananunua mahindi kwa 4,000. Sasa watakuja uza aje hiyo mahindi yenyewe? Wakulima wenyewe wanataka faida. Nani atauza mahindi between 2,700 na 3,800? Hakuna. So unakuta huyu jamaa anacheza na akili za Wakenya, anacheza na akili zetu sana, na imefika wakati lazima kila mmoja asimame na aseme tumefika mwisho. Lakini tukisema tunanyamaza tu hivi, huyu jamaa atazidi kutuchezea, atafunga safari za kwenda ng'ambo, atablame Uhuru, lakini hakuna kitu anafanya. Kuna ile project ambayo walianzisha yenye walikuwa nasema 100 million acres Galana Kulal. Wakafanya hiyo project ile mwaka walifanya, wakapeleka mahindi huko, sijui walipeleka, baada ya kuvuna walipeleka kule kwa ocean, wakarudisha kama import. Wakasema mahindi imetoka wapi? Imetoka Russia. Sasa hiyo project pia waliweka pesa. Sielewi hiyo pesa ilienda wapi, na hiyo project inaendelea ama haiendelei. So huyu jamaa acha kucheza wa Kenya huyu. Imefika mahali lazima kila mtu afanye nini? Kila mtu asimame aseme imetosha. Mambo ya mafuta haongelei. Ukiangalia nchi zingine, vile nimesikia mwenzangu amesema pale, nchi zingine, for example, when you go to DRC from Eldoret, the nearest Eldoret and Kisumu, mahali wanapata mafuta na inapita kwa barabara, sio pipeline. So when you go to DRC, especially North Kivu, it is around 900 kilometers, between 850 to 900 kilometers from Eldoret or Kisumu. Lakini unakuta mafuta, it is even much cheaper than Kenya. Sasa unashangaa hii ushuru ambayo inapigwa kwa mafuta ya kwenda ya export na ya local consumption iko namna gani? Manake Kenya tunaumia sana, because ukiangalia like in DRC the fuel is costing around $1.4 per liter, na ni vile tu kuna kwa hiyo scarcity, mafuta ikipotea ndio inapanda, lakini kwa kawaida mafuta huwa iko chini upande wa DRC compared to Uganda and Tanzania, even in Burundi. So si tunashangaa ni lini hii gharama itakuja shukishwa, ama ni blame games tu watazidi kucheza mpaka 5 years ziishe na warudi tena another 5 years kutuambia tutafanya hivi tumetenga. Ni lini wataacha blame games? Because walipoingia walisema Uhuru aliwacha treasury ikiwa empty, hakukuwa na kitu. Hiyo wiki yenye waliingia, hiyo swearing in ceremony ili cost how many millions? Close to 300 plus millions. Pesa ilitoka wapi? Kama ni ukweli waliachiwa kitu ambaye iko empty, walitoa wapi pesa kufanya hiyo ceremony? So huyu jamaa hata aminika hata siku moja, sielewi. Hata aminika. Mimi nashangaa wale ambao unajua, if you are a leader, ni mfano gani ambao unaacha kwa hata kwa watoto wako mwenyewe, familia yako mwenyewe inakuona kama nani? Because if you keep on lying to other people, na familia yako yenyewe umeidanganya kivipi? Because inamaanisha kila kitu ambacho unasema basi ni cha uongo. There's no way utadanganya Wakenya milioni zaidi ya 50 na familia yako ambayo iko na watu karibu 10 ati hauwadanganyi. Wale watu bado wanakuamini namna gani? How do you gain nini that trust hata kwa familia yako mwenyewe. This guy is not even ashamed of himself because kila siku tu ni uongo, kila siku ni uongo. Lazima kila Mkenya asimame na tuseme tumefika mwisho. Ni yangu tu kwa sasa Bernard. Nitarudi baadaye.
Okay, thank you very much, IG, for that submission and information. I wanted to cite out something before Guru can come in, that about taxing, especially custom taxation at the entry point. The items that are subject to custom taxation generally should be things that are produced in Kenya, okay? So that when you bring from a foreign country, you're going to bring an healthy competition to the products that are produced in Kenya. That is the purpose of custom taxation. Because like if we are generating laptops here, we're generating iPhones here, we're generating all these electronics here, and when you bring in from the foreign country, you are giving our money to foreign country and depriving our local industries. It was not a blanket taxation that anybody who has any item that costs more than this should be taxed. I don't see where that comes from and the economics that informs that. So it is a crime for you to spend more than $500, or if I spend $500 outside the country, is it now a crime that I should pay for when I'm coming back? Or what is Zakayo doing? And this is one of the things that really make me angry with the kind of people that we are put in parliament in the names of members of parliament. Because this kind of laws, this kind of unthought, thought through regulations, how do they make it to the gazettement when we have people with brains in the house where laws are made? So, come on, Kenyans, let's just get this country back or forget it completely, because I don't see anything coming out of this kind of leadership. And like the member of parliament of Kitui said the other day, even if the parliament change the law, they go to State House, they change them, and then ratify them. So what we're having is thugs presiding over the leadership of this country, and they want to turn this country into a crime scene. That is it, a crime scene. They rob you, and if you escape them, they will you'll be robbed on the street because the insecurity is on the alarm. And then, of course, Dan Kemboi, your existence here is beginning to be counted, because you are not helping the debate. You are here to push your narrative of Kenya Kwanza. We are talking about Kenya. We're not talking about Kenya Kwanza or UDA. We are talking about Kenya, and what goes wrong with this country should affect you. You should not be here pushing that munyamaze kabisa, msifanye chochote. 9 years ya kunyamaza. So umekuja hapa kunyamazisha ili utufanye nini? So if this country sinks, what do you profit from it? How does that profit you? Let me leave it there. Mr. Guru, how are you today?
I'm fine.
Karibu.
How are you doing? You are doing fine?
Better. Kemboi is making me angry. He's making me regret going to school.
No, some people, you'd rather just ignore them because they aren't no value, even to themselves. Because you see, when somebody takes the stand like this young man, or is it an old man, I can't tell, where you just trumpet somebody's, name for no cause, then you lose value. Because you see, this is not a joke. This is a country. In fact, I saw a clip from young people from Uasin-Gishu. They are equally very annoyed and frustrated. They are coming from the same community with Ruto. They are telling him they are still poor. Their interests have not been taken care of. And I thought Kenya is developing, because this is not about Mutuyetu. That one does not help anyone. When your child does not go to school, when you can't feed yourself, when roads are not made, when medicine is absent, you cannot go singing somebody's praise just because he comes from your village. It has no value at all. Now, to go back to the topic of the day, the high cost of living and the political storm that is impending. Bernard, I told you this issue, if not solved by mid next year, things could turn very ugly, because you see, there is a limit to which you can push people. When you see things happen in countries, it's not that people hate anyone. It's not that it's hatred for an individual. It is because of frustrations that they go through as individuals, and expect that the government will solve their problems, but fails to live to its obligation. We are slowly sliding to that level where people are frustrated. They do not seem to have a way out of the problems they have. Their MPs have been muted, and therefore they find no avenue of self-expression. So there are many things that have gone wrong, very, very many. And already the signs are that we are losing out even to our neighboring countries that were actually relying on Kenya. Today I read a very interesting article where Kenya is losing out actually its strategic position in this region. Tanzania, Uganda, and the rest, they are taking a different path. Like now, there was a pipeline that was to be constructed by Kenya and Uganda, which would assist their oil extraction and ours, and then take it down to Lamu. But Museveni changed the course. He's using Tanzanian route. So we are left to do a huge project on our own. Then you are aware that our railway terminated somewhere in Suswa. It is of almost no value to us, but it's gobbling money every year. Again, Museveni seems to have changed his idea of us having a joint project. Right now, I understand Dar es Salaam is also wooing those who bring their goods, so that they take Dar as an alternative to Mombasa, because of the inefficiencies that we have and the corruption and all that. So the statistics are showing that we are losing out to Uganda, even in terms of import-exports. Even Tanzania, they have crawled back or the gains that we had. In fact, we used to sell to them so many things and get so much money, and the trade balance was in our favor. But it is turned the other way now, especially for Uganda. And it is slowly going that way for Tanzania. So when we talk here, we don't just talk for the sake of it, because what has happened is that when companies find it impossible to manufacture here, and because there's a common market, East African common market, they go to set up in Uganda and sell to Kenya. We lose jobs and we lose revenue. I understand Bidco is becoming a big name in Uganda right now. Brookside is also expanding rapidly there. And one of the thieves was that Brookside, between Kenya and Uganda, was that Kenya and saying they will not be taking some milk from Brookside company from that side, and it's brought some problems. But you know now that is part of extending our petty fights, our petty political fights into the market. We are losing it as a country, because when these things happen, they don't take consideration of the jobs that are going to be lost. They don't take consideration of the revenue to be lost. We are just fighting because we must fix so and so, in complete disregard of the repercussions. Right now, we are not doing very well, just as we head towards a high season for tourism. When word goes out there in the world that people are being harassed in our airports, no holiday maker would want to go in a place where you feel uncomfortable or is harassed. So it's a combination of issues that have emerged in the last 14 months that are now, depressing our economy. We cannot run away from that. And this idea of putting blame elsewhere, even for the cost of fuel, is futile, because the statistics are there. The channels of communication are now very clear. You can be able to compare prices from your table room. Anybody can verify. So when you tell us that fuel cost is going up in the international market, when it's a lie, you are going to be unmasked very easily. So, but you can also see things that are happening that point to some underhand. Like now, this issue of this woman who had brought in diesel worth 17 billion, which is now being, contested by various parties. This tells you some things are happening that are yet to be known exactly what they are, because it would seem there is a lot of underhand business that is taking place in some of these sectors. Why would somebody go and import fuel worth that much, and then it becomes a contention here about ownership? It only means there is a lot of kickbacks here and there, and various parties are involved in trying to get something out of it. So when you have systems that are so compromised, they don't give the right thing to the citizens, you set yourself for failure, because this world, Bernard, is driven by efficiency, because you are in competition with other countries. If you do not compete effectively, you find yourself on the outside lane of economics. And the way we are going, sorry to say, we might find ourselves in about 5, 6, 7 years way behind our neighbors who were saying were behind us, because new things are coming up. Like Uganda is bringing in oil, and and minerals like gold into the market in the next 2-3 years. So, but what are we doing to tap into those resources also by offering good services, good transport services? What are we doing when we are allowing that there can be alternative route to the Indian Ocean? It's a tragedy of monumental proportions when a chief economist and advisor says, even arrogantly asks that how are they going to take their fuel from Mombasa to Uganda? Is it going to fry by itself? Very arrogant kind of statements that only show a lot of disrespect even for our neighbors. And these things are learned. Don't be cheated by anybody. Hii mambo inasomwa. These communication these days, the people even know what you are thinking about them. They are able to bring in that information and package and see what you think about them when you are not conversing directly. So let's not cheat ourselves as Kenyans. We are not doing well, and even the administration that is there is not assisting the country to position itself to tap into the economies of especially our neighbors and to advance manufacturing in the country. Right now, we are having industrial parks that will be opened everywhere. People are asking, it is possible to build these things, but what other plans are there to make use of those facilities? You know, it's like going to market coffee aggressively, yet you just take to the market 50,000 metric tons. What if you ask for 300,000 metric tons? Because the one out there is mass market, you know, in most cases. So there are so many things that are not going aligned to an extent that some of these things are just being done in futility. You end up spending so much money and you get very little, you know, out of it. We are yet to be told, but I have heard like Rigathi are saying he is going to tell us how much they have gained out of the visits outside the country. And I hope he's going to do it as fast as possible because Kenyans are waiting for that. That these journeys they have been making have brought any economic well-being for the country. That we are waiting for that. So let us agree that we are not doing well. That's the first thing. We have a sick country right now. It's a patient. We were told by David D that we are in ICU and the patient could die. Or you cannot go to ask the doctor when the patient will leave the hospital. And then from there, after acknowledging that, we move to the next level. What do we do? What do we do? Because left on their own, I do not see this government taking us anywhere. They told us they had a plan, but it is now emerging they had no plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gudu. That's a good one. What I don't find interesting is somebody coming to explain how much profit he has brought in the country. If there is a profit, we will see it, we will feel it, we will enjoy it. I always have issues with my daughters when they tell me, did you clean my shoes? They say I cleaned. The end result of cleaning is clean. If you have to explain that you cleaned, it means you did not clean. So if you are telling you have gone around the country, the only thing they have done is borrowing, which is now going to 1.5 trillion. that's digging us further into the hole, not helping the situation. So if they have brought any economic profit, I don't see it. It is not in the economy. That's why the dollar is dropping, is gaining against the shilling every day. They are spending a lot of dollars on the unnecessary trips, economically viable trips, which is depleting the country with every passing day. So we don't want explanation by mouth. We want to see education working. We want to see healthcare working. We want to see Kenyans having money in their pocket. That's economic transformation. Economic transformation is not in speeches and reading on the autokey. Acha nisikasirike. Orange. Karibu namna gani?
Salama sana ndugu zangu, habari yenu?
Tuko poa, karibu.
It has been long time since I came to your platform over here. First, thank you so much for just allowing me to give some suggestions here and there, all observations here and there concerning our beloved country. Kenya was a country few years ago. Now, Kenya is not a country that I can be proud of. Why? Because when you see the rate of employment and the rate of creating jobs, you cannot divine whether we are moving anywhere. Because when I consider the 50 million Kenyans who are just breathing now, I found that when you really figure out, you find that a quarter of Kenyans are working. And the majority of Kenyans are not working. Tell me, where are we heading to? Which economics does these people went, or which school of economics did these people went, whereby you find the expenditure is more than income? Are we making the profit? No profit. The other day, I'm so sorry to mention, the guy went out. Oh, he was in the US, he went to Saudi Arabia, he was in Germany, looking for investors or business with the country. Yes, he went. After coming back, he just raised the other things like IDs, passports, and whatever. How do you expect you to help someone? You are suffocating him on the other side, and on the other side you are opening up, saying that you are going to look for investors or look for business so that these people will go there and then generate income to our country. Ni uongo mtupu huyo mjamaa ako nayo, for sure. It's not a politics, but when we figure out keenly, we find that we are importing everything, including toothpicks, including matches, even our resources we have, they go outside, they export it, but we are gaining small income from there. So how do we expect that we are moving forward as a country? How do we expect the economy of the country to improve? For sure, we are just cheating ourselves as Kenyans. Those people who are surrounding those guys, for sure, they have no plan. Their plan is just to eat and suffocate the Kenyans, that's all. And there's a politician who said one time that if you want to take over Kenya, or if you want to lead the Kenyans the way you want, make them to be more poor. Right away now, we are below the poverty line. That's where we are breathing in. So Kenya is just but sinking. In a few years coming, it's going to sink total, unless we as Kenyans come out as to these platforms and educate our people, because we need to move forward. The direction these people are taking, for sure, is not good. It's a wrong direction. We are heading to a long direction. How can you employ or appoint people from one tribe in the site of energy? Right away now, the blackout we have been having, how many times? This is the second one in JKI. This is the second one. Who are informed? People from our friends from Rift Valley. The only people who are being informed. And there is something I really don't understand. I don't understand when people say that Uhuru gave out the government, the empty government. You know, we had Uhuru Ruto. Right away now we have Ruto. So you cannot differentiate the past regime and this regime we have. This one is the most worst regime we have. Right away now people are crying. How can I pay dowry 30,000 and then I get a marriage certificate of 100,000? I'm a Kenyan. I have children here. How can I come to Kenya to register my children because they were not born in Kenya? I register my children using like 1.2 million Kenya shillings. That's shame. We are Kenyans. We need, you know, this guy was to improve the economy. How? To create jobs. When you create jobs and then you just tax people, that one is not heavy. But someone somewhere doesn't have anything to it. It doesn't have anything to put on the table. It cannot support the children to go to school. And then you are there, you want to suffocate that guy so that he can produce to you. And you are planless. They have never come out to tell us, okay, since we went to the office or we took the office, this is what we have done. They have never. They allocate the budgets, they allocate tenders. The following day, you hear that the tenders are being cancelled. Surely, Kenyans, we must wake up. Thank you, guys. We have a lot to contribute, but the ground or sometimes the time is limited. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana bwana Sado. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako, na tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tunaelimisha kila Mkenya na tunakumbushana. Boniface Lianda says, Bernard, it is 1.7 trillion. Yes, so far he has a broken record of borrowing, and then he's still complaining there is no money. That means the money being borrowed is not being generated is not being injected into the economy. It's being borrowed for personal consumption or private investment. And that private investment is not within the country, because if it's within the country will feel the effect of new money having entered into the economy. So we are dealing with dealers here who would want to hoodwink Kenyans to think a particular way, but what they are doing is all but wickedness in milking the country to death, yet pretending to be the ones protecting the country. There are no miracles coming from Zakayo in terms of reviving this country, and that's why Kenyans need to have a rethink and begin to prepare themselves for the unexpected. That is a sudden end to this regime. The faster, the quicker, the better. If the cook is not right, the cooking will never be right. It doesn't matter how long he stays in the kitchen. The country is suffering. We will not revive it by rhetorics. We will not revive it by flowery speeches. We will not revive it by phone calls of who has been using tuk-tuk. He has borrowed 700,000. You uko na tuk-tuk na una borrow 700,000. 700,000. I think you can get some old car somewhere and use for Uber. I don't think the shilling is that bad. That 700,000 you can get a small car somewhere that is in good condition and ride it around at a third hand. So you borrowed 700,000, but you still cannot own a tuk-tuk. Something is not adding up. Kenyans, tusikubali kubeba ujinga. Wakati umefika, tuambiane ukweli. Na ukweli ni kwamba William Ruto na serikali yake wameshindwa kazi. Hawajui kile wanafanya, na tukiendelea kuwafuata ndipo tutachanganyikiwa zaidi. Kwa hivyo tusimame imara. Nikuwakumbushe tu, sasa inasemekana hii ID mnaambiwa ni 2,000. Tena iko na expiry date, okay? It can only last for 5 years. After that, you need to renew. So I don't know, will you be renewing your citizenship? You will be renewing your identity? What will you be renewing? Kenyans, hii sio serikali. Hii ni sarakasi. We'll take a short commercial break, then we'll come back. Keep will come in and weigh on what is happening. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to talk. Participate into our poll. We are all active on Sound Candid Talk Live. And the poll question we are asking tonight is, will William Ruto survive the wrath of Kenyans in the looming political storm? So far on Sound Candid Talk Live, our poll came in late. 14 people have cast their vote. 14% say yes, 86% say no, he will not survive. On Sound Candid Talk, will William Ruto survive the wrath of Kenyans in the looming political storm? 183 people have cast their vote. 16% say yes, 84% say no, he will not survive. So inaonekana hapa kuna Wakenya ambao wana imani bado kwamba William Ruto anaweza kufanya chochote kusaidia nchi hii, na Wakenya hawatamng'atua 14%, lakini wengi wa Wakenya wanaona hii kitu imekwisha. Okay, let's take a short commercial break, then keep coming as we go further.
Chache baada ya bunge la seneti kumwokoa tena gavana wa Meru Kawira Mwangaza dhidi ya uamuzi wa bunge la kaunti hiyo kutaka kumng'atua mamlakani, baadhi ya wakazi wa Meru waliojawa na furaha
wanakoroga katiba ya wafaidi. Ameuza mayai huyu, hatatuelewa. Anajua shida huyu, hatatuelewa. Hasa ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Pause the clip. Economic music, not music. Pause the clip. Ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Hasa ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Hasa ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu.
Don't worry, that's paid for music. Usijali.
Wewe utupendi, wewe unataka tukatue video clip mzima
7 hours ban. Hey. Ben alikuwa serious ban.
Nakumbuka kitabu ya Isaya 10 na mstari wa 1 inasema, ole wenu mnaotunga sheria zisizo na haki, watu mnaopitisha sheria za kugandamiza.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're here. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of the great conversation in our country concerning our nation and the state of affairs. Keep.
Hello, Mr. Bernard. Habari ya siku mingi.
Salama, vipi?
Tunifanya punishment, lakini kumzika na kukasirika tu. I'll tell you one thing, Bernard, and bear with me. You know, I'll start with, you know how, this has got nothing to do, nothing against women and ladies who work as house helps, huh? Unajua wanaenda kukaa huko, baada sasa watu wakifanya break yao, waki complain. That is what Kenyans are doing. We complain and do nothing. Tutapiga kelele, tutasema Ruto amefanya hivi, tutaenda kwa YouTube, tutaenda kwa TikTok, tutaenda kwa Instagram, tupige kelele. Yet we do nothing. This includes me. I'm one of the culprits. We will complain about high cost of living. We will laugh at one another. Azimio tutachekelewa watu wa KKK, like the person said there. The other side watasema mpatie muda. Yet there is nothing like rich or poor. There is the politician versus the rest of the Kenyans. Because I'll tell you one thing, and I was talking about this with Mato, that there's nothing like an MP, there's nothing like a senator, there's nothing like a governor, there's nothing like an MCA. Everything is being run at State House. Kila kitu is run at State House. What I think it is, it's just a lottery. Utashinda kupata pesa free as an MP, as a governor, as a MCA. I don't care who you support. Kama unapenda Babu Owino, kwenda huko. Kama unapenda, I don't care who you support. These people have been useless to us because there are no laws they're passing to protect us as Kenyans. Ni tu kupiga kelele. Kuna mwenye amekuja hapa na msimamo yao. There's nobody who stood up by themselves. Wanangojea Baba. They're still suckling on the breast of Baba to wait for him to do what? You are elected by the people of Langata. You are elected by the people of Keses. You are elected by the people of a certain region. Why aren't you fighting for those people? I don't see the Wangari Madhaya. The lady fought for trees by herself. Sioni Mkenya anapigana hivyo. Boniface amekwama peke yake. He used to be active. I don't know what happened to him. Then we see a full call, sijui anaitwa aje huyu hapa. This comedian, Eric Omondi. Tumengojea hii revolution sijui mpaka mara ngapi. It's just all cloud chasing Kenyans. If we are suffering, why don't we do it ourselves? Tunangojea mzee tufanye nini? What are we waiting for Raila? Raila is an old man. All we do is just complain on TV. And waiting for MPs who are being paid millions and millions of Kenya shillings, our money. Yet they do nothing for us. None of them. All they do is go on TV shows, all they go on talk shows, and just score points against each other. If you're there to complain and not offer solutions, who the hell do you think you are as MPs? It's very irritating every day. Hata nimechoka kuwasikia wote, all of them. Not a single politician is doing any action. Even if it means to go to court, sioni mwenye anatibutu kwenda kotini. I rather you fight every day. How tulikungojea tu mzee akuja afanye nini? What are you doing? Sasa mzee amesema tuende sijui inaitwa aje hiyo. This is his idea mzee to build again. Anawajenga nyinyi wajinga. Sorry. Anawajenga nyinyi ODM members. Lakini ile siku ya kusimama mnamwacha peke yake. Mnaenda kukimbilia viti zenu. Na hizi vitu mmepata, mnakuja and you do nothing for him. All the MPs, wote wa ODM, wote wa Wiper, wote wa NARC Kenya, everyone, every elected member is useless. Nobody is fighting for Kenyans. Because these laws, these policies have always been there with Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto. These things have always been there. It's just that they're being implemented without mercy by a monster, But these things have always been there. These vitu JKA, these vitu za Uduma. So we started the Uduma numbers. What do you think they were? It's exactly what they wanted to implement as digital brothers. These plans were there since 2013, ladies and gentlemen. Hii kitu tu ilisimamishwa na handshake. These were plans that are already in place. They're written. It's just that World Bank and IMF is forcing these people to implement them right now. So anytime I hear an MP talk on TV, he's doing nothing. They're supposed to do laws. They're supposed to form laws. Why is it that every single law that has been taken to parliament in a Peter, huh? My brothers and sisters from the mountain, yeah, Munafinyo say, why don't you come together, band together and fight? Even though you're in UDA, it doesn't matter. You're independently elected. You don't have to say you're supporting Azimio, because that is the only problem. If you affiliate yourself with an opposing and start supporting Azimio, hey, that is wrong. That's absolutely wrong. But if you band together as individual, independent thinking members of parliament who are representing your people, and start creating policies that make the people of the mountain happier, and then my brothers and sisters from Rift Valley, mkuje msaidie watu wa Rift Valley hapa. Munafinywa na mtu mmoja, kwani nyinyi nini? You're supposed to be the most powerful position in Kenya. You know, MP is the most powerful position in Kenya because they hold the past, they hold the money. Yet they allow an idiot in State House to dictate how the money is going to be driven in Kenya. There's so much power as these people have. Yet they have got degrees, yet they've got doctorates. Lakini ujinga haijaisha Kenya. I think we thought that educating these people, it will help. We are still fighting stupidity in Kenya. Whole professors do not know what the law is doing. Professors were Jewish. Just the other day, I was hearing from the show that Afghanistan is doing much better. I was hearing from Jeru here. Watu wenye watasoma wamepingana na bunduki huko wanakuja, they are doing much better than us. Bado tunakimbilia watu wanaitwa mheshimiwa my foot. Tunaheshimu watu wanakuja kutunyanyasa hapa. Yet I've not heard one of them even sacrifice their salaries to help their community. Kwani kusaidia watu ni kupata photoshoots, wenda kupatiana unga, to shake hands? That is now kusaidia. Money from ile umeenda kukimbilia Ruto kunaita development huko. Yeah, I'm talking about Jalongo, unaenda kusalamiana hapo, sasa hiyo ndio development, because you know how to beg. That is, yani, your work as a member of parliament, yeah, is who can beg the best, who can go on their knees to their Lord and Savior, Assistant Jesus Ruto, to give you a little bit of money to take photo shoots that will help Kenyans for 2 days only. Yet we're looking for lasting solutions. We're looking for solutions that will gain employment for children. Like, look at the solutions Raila and Kibaki came up with. If it wasn't for these two, tungekuwa na mayouth wakiendesha boda. You know that? Because the youths were doing nothing. Wakasema, njoi, boda. We are seeing bikes huku, wacha waanze kufanya kazi ya boda ya motorcycles. Why aren't we thinking of solutions like that? All we are thinking about is stealing oil, taking about 30, unaona hii mafuta ya 200. There's a cartel taking 30 bob every time unaweka 200, au wanachukua 30 bob yao. This is the same scheme we had about the payment system in Huduma. The payment system ilikuwa inaleta shida hapo, where for every transaction that's happening in the government, wanakula pesa kidogo. Now it's happening with Chirchir and his goons, allegedly. Yet we're letting our country continuously go down to the dogs. And we're doing nothing as Kenyans. We're doing absolutely nothing. I am here making noise like a fool. I have done nothing. It's either we start forming groups and start thinking about what are we waiting for bipartisan? What are we waiting for Raila to do? Raila has his own strategies. That is his way to do things. What about us? Raila is not very young.
Bwana Kip, call us to action. Call us to action. Don't write off our actions.
That's what I'm saying. I have put myself as a culprit also, Bernard. I am one of them. I'm one of these Kenyans that are not
That is
giving
why
up.
we're saying, if where we have reached, we must do something. Let's begin by doing the thing, other than accepting that we are doing nothing and will do nothing and nothing will change. That one is more depressing than anything else. Anything to be done
Let us
to
do
help
something.
the situation is better than nothing.
Nimeweka mkono. When you see Mato and I coming today, tunakuja na fire. So nitasimama hapo kidogo.
Asante kukuja na fire, na hiyo fire tunahitaji kuwe na suluhisho, sio kuja kutumwagia maji. Sisi hapa pia tuko na fire yetu, na hiyo fire inamaanisha kwamba Wakenya wote wenye nia njema washirikiane pamoja kung'oa waovu katikati yetu.
How do we do that?
Waovu wanaongozwa na Zakayo. How do we do? By doing what we are doing, number one, sensitizing the population. Number two, this Zakayo thing will take more than political organization, which to me is a better solution than organized revolution. Organized revolution can be aborted, but people-driven revolution, it has no head, it has no body. It becomes too dangerous to be handled. And that is what I think is where everybody is reverting to, which to me it is worse. They would have rather dealt with the maandamano inaongozwa na baba kuliko maandamano inaongozwa na kila mama na kila mkokoteni na kila mtu. So you can't call anybody to State House and pay them off. And what is going to come up is even the people who have been paid are going to turn around. Politicians and the people, their lifeline is the people. What you saw coming up at State House in that UDA parliamentary group, the complaint of the UDA members of parliament to Zakayo, that they are losing ground, they are becoming unpopular, and the ground is becoming hostile. To me, that's a manifestation of the beginning of the rebellion in UDA, because you will choose between Zakayo and your constituency. What will you do if you want to be a career politician? You will not stick with Zakayo for you to lose your constituents. So I think we are closer to getting to a really parliament where people are free. And people, I think they're about to declare their independence from the manipulation and the incentives or the incentives by State House. So to me, I think we are not far from what should be done, but we need to do more. And that's why we have to encourage everybody to be on the forefront. What we should not do is lose hope, give up on this country, and let Zakayo have a free ride. That should not be the case. Let's choke him whenever we can by denying him what he enjoys. Thank you. Kenyan would love. How much love today?
I don't have any love. I should have come with the other name. Kenya Mkora.
Please, Mkenya Mkora, ndio nataka hiyo association yenu ya wakora. Mnataka kutukora mpaka lini? Kutupora mpaka lini?
Mpaka mbadilike.
Bad things comes in twos.
Mpaka mbadilike, mwache mchezo bwana. Hii mchezo hatutachezea na mchezo ya paka na panya hapa. Mpaka lini Bernard? We cannot, and that's why
mnataka tubadilike vipi? Mmefanya sukari, tumezoea kulipa 200. Mmefanya mafuta, tumezoea kulipa 200 na juu. Mmefanya kila kitu, tuko karibu kuzoea kukunywa maji na chumvi badala ya sukari. Ni nini ingine mnataka tubadilishe?
Nyinyi mnasimamisha watu wengine wakikuja airport, mnawalipisha taxes na manguo zao, tunakuja sisi na boxer, na sisi tukitoka airport tunaenda mkutano ambayo imehairishwa huko UAE, which is a postponed meeting, na mtuambii nini tumebeba kwa bag, na kama tumebeba pesa yote tukapeleka huko na gold, kwa sababu sisi ati sasa tunajiita president na amuoni seriously. Hii travel mnatuambia oh, tunashinda kwa ndege. Unajua nini tumebeba?
Ndio mimi nauliza, simuuze tu mali yenu. Sisi hatuwazuie kufanya biashara. Mbona mnataka kutuuza na sisi muuze na nchi? Simuuze tu gold yenu mmeiba, mtengeneze pesa yenu. Why should you use our country?
Si Kenya ni mali yetu. Kwani mnataka tuuze mali gani na Kenya ni yetu?
Hapana. Hapo umekosea. Mimi sio mali ya mtu, mimi ni mali ya Yesu. Na huyo Yesu sio Zakayo. Na hii nchi hatuwezi kuachia Zakayo hata kwa ndoto.
Sasa tukikwambia like keep on talking, tukikwambia wewe ruka, si unauliza na ruka wapi? Tukikwambia nunua kwanza, unajua saizi kuna motion tunapeleka mahali, hata si motion, we don't do motions, we don't even need the members of parliament. Saizi tunakaa tu mahali tunaenda tunasema kitu. Saizi wacha hiyo mmestaajabu ya Musa, mtaiona hiyo yenye mnasema TID na expire. Sasa tunaenda kupeleka birth certificate na death certificate zikuwe na expiry day, alafu mnalipa to renew. Mtafanya
mimi nitafie visa, mimi nimetoka. hata passport mnitafutia nchi nyingine, mimi si afford.
I have a certain crib over here. If you can allow me to pray it for a while concerning those MPs. The MPs out there have been compromised, and what they go to do in State House, and then when they come out, wanawaosha hawajali kuhusu nyinyi. Can you allow me to play that?
No, we'll do that later, not now. Let
Okay.
Kenyan would love finish his submission.
Thank you.
Kenyan would love.
Yeah. Let me run
Go to the point.
so that let me get to the point. Thank you everybody, and kila mtu mwenye anatuwatch. Guru, is good to see you. Orange, Keep, is always good to see you. Santeni sana. Sorry, that's just how I open up my things. But Bernard, I think where we are right now, I still insist, and I want Kenyans, and I will not stop insisting this, Bernard. I don't know. I will keep on insisting. This guy is a mafia. And I'm telling people to go read what mafias do. They take a percentage of everything. We've been told time and time again that the guy gets kickbacks. We've seen it even before he was there. And Bernard, we're not going to play like Kenya has not been here, like he just came in. You know, sometimes when people talk around here, I wonder, isn't this the vice president or the one that has been the deputy president for 10 years, being an agriculture CS or a minister or whatever you want to call it, YK92? He's been in the country. He's acting like any Thompson Falls. I mean, Thompson, the one that came akaona Falls akaamua huku wakukua watu walikuwa wanaishi. Kenya has been there since independence, pre-independence, and since who knows. We cannot start living like Kenya is now new. We've had how many presidents? So when he's playing these games, and not even him, actually now I'm starting to even look at the people like that MP kutoka kwetu, the ones that said, thank you for him. There's nothing wanafanyaga. Wako huko wakitengeza laws zinaenda. Mnaona gazettement different from what the law, what they did. Then what is the purpose of that parliament if the guy is going to be a one-man show? What is the difference of ambassadors? If you're going to go to UAE and you don't even know that summit is been cancelled and you still go in there, why isn't the ambassador there doing that? Why do we have ambassadors? We need to recall all the ambassadors then and let the guy do himself. But like Kip was saying, Bernard, Kenyans, it's come. We told Raila and them to keep quiet. Wakatuskiza. Now is the Kenyans that are talking. The middle class. We told you. Nyinyi ndio munalia sasa. Watu wa magari. We need Kenyans now to come up and say enough is enough. Bernard, we cannot have 119,000 people coming and taking the 50% of our budget. But then they're doing nothing. But then again, I'm a happy man a little bit, because I saw something today, and I know Kip will hit me on this because of the name I'm going to mention. Nama nikose kumention hiyo jina. He knows where I'm going. But I saw I saw rafiki ya Kip huko Kalonzo akichapo akiambiwa, we, hii kitu kama haina nini, haina no cost of living, funga hiyo kitu. We are not going to do it. And they were talking about maandamano. Bernard, I'm seeing people starting to be really, really mad and wanting to come back to maandamano. And I'll be surprised if these guys tender their signature. I heard our watu wakisema they don't know if they will tender their signatures to that. If it fails, we go back to maandamano, and this time we finish it. Hakuna kusimama. Someone even said that. Bernard, allow me to just, as I finish my part, allow me to remind people something, with all due respect.
Na jinsi Raila anavyofuatilia siasa za Kenya, na jinsi amezalisha katiba, akazalisha mambo mengi, sitataja, wengi wanajua. Uhuru, nakumbuka uliita Mungu mara 3. Gai ni unamwaigua, maana yake aliita Mungu, akawaonea huruma sana, akijua ya kwamba aliyekuwa na yeye alimjua sana kuliko nyie. Na wakati aliweka kwenye mizani, akaweka mmoja hapa na huyu hapa, upande wa UDA kiongozi wao na upande wa Azimio upande wao. Viongozi hao wawili alipoweka kwenye ratiri, alijua ni nani ambao Mount Kenya mungefuata. Lakini mulisema lazima mlipe miaka 10 yake. Nyinyi ni wazuri sana, natumai bado mnalipa na mtarambwa. Na kama ni kulipa, mjue tumelipa mwaka 1, bado 9. Hiyo mambo ya kusema petroli nini imeenda juu, bado si lazima tulipe 9. Zimebaki 9, mlisema tulipe. Mkajaribu kuambiwa, watu wangu, mimi nimekaa na mtu fulani na muelewa. Tukokera tene tutigirire ni igira yupo. Leo hii nasikia mpaka mkubwa wetu kule ambaye mnamuita Kingpin, nyinyi wenyewe, ameanza kutafuta mzee Uhuru. Uhuru hapatikani. Uhuru ukitaka kujua hapatikani, ni mteja ambao mnamtafuta kwa saa hizi, haupatikani. Uwezi kwenda kwa Uhuru uchukue mbuzi zake, useme utakojoa kwa mama yake, uende ukute mtoto wake kijana mzuri ambaye ana nidhamu Njomo, useme kuna mabunduki, urudi useme yeye ndio amepora inchi, urudi uharibu kampuni yake, alafu leo hii wewe mwenyewe ndio namba 1, tutafute Uhuru. Uhuru sio mjinga, murambwe kabisa.
Bernard wajinga waliisha Kenya. Nilikuwa nataka tu kukumbusha watu hiyo, na that's my end of my submission. I'm still here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. More 13, thank you for the offer. The strategies cannot be put on air here. We need to meet kwa ile private chambers ya WhatsApp. Labda huko ndo tutapangia. Tukipangia hapa UDA yako hapo wengi. So unaona hao 14%. Hao wanakuaga hapa kila mara, wataenda kuambia Zakayo kile tumepanga. Lakini cha muhimu ni kushinikiza kila Mkenya kumakinika na kuwa mstari wa mbele, kukataa maovu. Tusikubali maovu. Ruto wants us to accept that wrong is right and the right is wrong. That is his narrative. If we accept that, we are lost. As a people, we must insist on what should be and stick on the same. Appreciate everybody. Just before we go back to Guru to make his submission, let me just play this video in addition to what Kenyan Would Love has played. Let's listen to this. Is former Nakuru governor in his speech. Just listen out.
Kwanza kuwakilisha rambirambi zangu kwa familia ya mama Monica wangu wa Mwere, wakiongozwa na our friend Koigi wa Mwere. Niseme tumekuja hapa tu kuomboleza na familia na pia kukumbuka the long journey that it has been. Some of you who are old enough saw it. Some of us, I was in college, I did not get to see it, but we want to say we appreciate your contribution to making Kenya what it is today. Is a big contribution. And I can imagine, mimi sijaiwekwa jela hata siku moja. I was trying to imagine 13 good years. Mtoto anazaliwa, anaenda nursery, anaenda 1, unamkuta akiwa standard 6. So I want to say, Koigi, the nation owes all of you who suffered, an apology. And an apology is not about money. It's about saying that you underwent what you ought not to have gone through. You know, and also to salute your mother here. I know many mothers would have prayed, would have fasted, but not many would have had the courage to go there. She didn't have the education, she spoke in Kikuyu. She didn't have the money, but she had the determination to free her son. And together with others, Wangari, Maathai, and the others, you got the freedom. So we salute her today in a very special way. Correct? And also agree that you don't need to be a big man or an MP or a professor to make a change. You can be that. You can be selling in the village, you can be a teacher, you can be a driver, you can be a photographer, but you can make a change in the society. The women who left here, among others, were just in the Freedom Corner for 5 days. But those 5 days, we speak about them today. They were able to open doors that were previously unheard of. At that time, the government was a very strong government. It almost looked like it was impossible. But with determination, it can happen. I want to salute also our young people, the civil society gentlemen who stood here, because we must agree, Koigi now is an old man, Muita is an old man, we want the next generation. Isn't it? It is not possible for Manasseh Kuria, who's no longer with us here, Ndingi Mwana Wanzeki, and all that generation that fought the second liberation to also fight the third one. We'll ask your mentorship, but you're also looking forward to the next generation of people who believe in their country. You'll pass on the baton. And we are ready to go by your mentorship. I also want to confirm that I know the names have been read here, but all those great Kenyans, the Ngugi Thiong'os of the day, the Maina Kenyatis, you know, it was very possible to just keep quiet and have your peace and take care of your family. But you chose not the easy way, so that we can be here. Accept our gratitude. Then allow me also to take this opportunity to say that although you went to detention, brought the freedoms, now you have multipartyism, we also know that time you are fighting for multipartyism. Now, people are fighting to fold their parties so that they can be recognized. So that they can work, forgetting that also the opposition has a role to play in a democratic government, to give an alternative opinion. So the moment you're elected today and you go there and and you forget why you are there. Even a good government, even the best governments in the world require a second opinion. That second opinion comes through the opposition, so that we can have a balanced view of how the country is run. So I think also it's a bit absurd that, yes, we are fighting for multipartyism, but today people are fighting to go and auction their party so that they are included in government. You have a role. You don't have to be a president or an MP to contribute to this country. And I think this is really what you want. Because also, if you look now, in a few months, even now here, oh, everybody's in government, now that is when you have mass eating. And I think we must call it what it is. Let the opposition play its role, and let the government play its role. Correct? I know I have a responsibility to pray for my government, my president, and the ministers, and I always do that. but I also have a bigger role to remind them when they do the wrong thing. Correct? And it has been said here, the cost of living has gone up. This is no longer a secret. We hear it every day when we go out there. And I think all you want to say, before 20 years, a person with no money, a person who cannot educate their child, a person who has no food. So now we are talking another era of economic freedoms. You know, when taxes are all over, you know, there's tax upon tax, and the people who are sent to parliament to go and represent us so that we are not overtaxed are not doing it, then you're not doing justice to this nation. Okay? So we want the government to do its role, but also we must, as members of parliament, as leaders, say it as it us who have been part of the long struggle, the dialogue. I know now you are dealing with the issue of the cost of living, but that should be even the first thing, because that is what is hurting every Kenyan wherever they are. I want to end by thanking the church, and I must say that when Mama Monica and many others were facing all these troubles, the church was open. It remained a sanctuary for those who had nowhere to rest, for those who nobody wanted to talk to. Our bishops, the Bishop Ndingi Monanzeki and many others, the provost in All Saints Cathedral and many others opened the door. I want to conclude by just saying, when I was governor here, we honored Koigi Wamwere with one of the roads just down there. I think it is also important that we immortalize our mama. Why? So that when I drive with my grandchild, they can say, no, Tago Monica, isn't it? That's how we teach our history. Yeah. You know, but if today you say people are in prison, they'll wonder, what had you stolen that time? Because they don't know the history. So we must teach our children the history. And the people who forget their history invite a future of servitude. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That is Lee Kinyanjui, the former governor of Nakuru County, speaking at Koigi Wamwere's mother's funeral, I suppose. Maybe Nani will explain to that. Now, just before Mr. Guru weighs on this, I want you to see the true picture of what we are dealing with right here on this cartoon. Here we go. Good morning, sunshine. That's William Ruto with his taxation buckets. What is he going to do to milk Kenya? What is left of Kenya? A skeleton. Mr. Guru.
Bernard, some of these things are a bit depressing, especially for those who understand that economy is not ran through a miracle. It's ran through prudent management and planning and execution. What we are having now is a tragedy that I do not know. Those who still believe that this is a temporary thing, I don't know on what basis they make such conclusion. Why am I saying this? Look at it this way. You say you don't have enough money to carry out your activities. On the other side, you say you are not going to borrow. Then the opposite happens. You increase taxes on the public, And on the other hand, you also increase borrowing. But when you look at what is being done, you don't see it. You don't see new roads coming up. You don't see new hospitals coming up. You don't see better services. If anything, even the little that service that you are getting from the government is now being sold. It's like you are going to buy a service, therefore negating the very fact why the government collect taxes, because the purpose of collecting tax is to offer services, particularly those services that bring equity across the board. Today, when you go asking for a youth who has just left Form 4 to go and buy, let me use that word for lack of anything else, buy an identity card. What are you doing as a country, as an administration? So here, only Ruto seems to understand where we are going as a country. If you ask many Kenyans, they will tell you they don't know where we are going. Yet, what is known of good leadership is that the people you lead must not be very far behind you. They must understand where you are going together. But when you broach some of these subjects or what you hear, tumpe nafasi, anajua vile anafanya. Bernard, that is not the way to run a country or any organization or in even the smallest unit that requires management. You must carry along with you the people that you are leading. They must not second guess you. Here we are left now second guessing. Where are we going? You know, we are not in tandem with his thoughts, because when you look at to just to give example, the Hasra Fund, we are told it is to enable the youth to set up businesses. I would have expected in the national address to be told how many businesses have been set up. If anything, Bernard, today Fuliza has increased in business volumes. And you know, they have a more stringent terms, and the default rate is very much low compared to that government credit system. That tells you there is a problem, big problem. But you see, we don't understand things the same way. When you have a leader who the subjects are left saying that let's wait, he knows where he is taking us, and you yourself, you do not know where you are being taken, there is a problem. Kuna shinda kubwa, because right now he promised that before the El Nino sets in, his government is going to dig 1,000 dams so that he can store water for irrigation purposes when the dry spell comes. You do not hear of that anymore. Okay? So, where are we going? Tunaenda wapi? Tunaelekea wapi? Could it be that we are being led down the garden path? How come all of a sudden everything has become expensive? The government does not seem to have any services it offers. If anything, it is selling services. Kuuza. If you make a mistake today, you go and have a child outside the country. To get that child to come here and register and become recognized as a Kenyan citizen, you got to pay 1.2 million shillings. I hope those who are out there, they know that, so that when that time comes, let them come and conceive here and then have the child registered as a Kenyan citizen, and then you go back. I don't know whether that is the concept behind all this. It cannot be, Bernard, that everything changes for the worse in a country that has been running very well for the last 10 years. Something has gone fundamentally wrong in the 14 months that this new administration has taken over. And anybody who is denying that is burying his head in the sand. We have an administration that micromanages things. You have ambassadors everywhere. But Ruto is not comfortable with them, because if he was comfortable, they would do what is making him travel so often. Okay? How can it be that one person can run a country? It is not possible. Moi tried it. It failed miserably, terribly. Ilikuwa mkulima na mamoja, mwalimu na mamoja, baba na mamoja. Nobody could comment on anything. You see now, he's even commenting about weather. Oh, there will be no El Nino. Then it happens. It becomes a disaster. And the civil servant who has been given the work to predict for us what is happening is made to go and apologize. It's very demoralizing, actually, to the civil servant. So, the management style is very important if an entity has to survive, if there is to be progress. Because what happens when you seem to take up everything, people sit back and leave you to jump up and down. You may think that things are happening, but when you look back after some time, you see you have left a shell. Leadership style is that style of Mwai Kibaki and the first president, Kenyatta. Even Kenyatta too tried to really, delegate duties and then follow up through reports and other systems. But you can't be everywhere. You want even to take up the matters that can be handled by an MP or an MCA. A presidency is a bigger responsibility. It is a wider vision of the country. It's not about opening a water tap somewhere in Wembuye just for people to see that you are among them. Today I saw our governor say that they are very happy. They have never seen a president who has visited them as many times as possible. Face it. So, what if you are visited even 100 times? and your lives are not transforming for the better. I would rather the leadership style of Kibaki. He never visited people so often, but you could see things happening. You could see road constructions going on. You could see help to the farmers. You could see this and that happening. But what we have now here is a government that thrives on populism. They want to be seen all the time. It can't be. It will not work. In fact, the last, you remember there is a time he had a 6-day working tour to central Kenya, launching and relaunching projects. That thing has backfired, Bernard. It has backfired badly and left him very exposed. Because some of those projects were launched so many years ago. You can't keep playing games with people's minds. Hata hiyo tunaita tugege. It gets a point where they get clever. They see you, they see through you. They are able to read your intentions. Today, and I said this in the past here in this forum, kuna wakati itafika hawa viongozi kutokea kwa watu, kwa umati wa watu itakuwa ngumu. And you are aware that has started, Bernard. Hiyo imeanza saa hii, kwanza Central. MPs hawawezi kuenda kuaddress any meeting, a forum. Sasa it is even so shocking. They have left the field to Maina Njenga. Unaona? So ni kwa sababu ile maswali wataulizwa, wengine wao watalia, hata kutusiwa, watatusiwa na watu, because they have lost touch with reality. They are not answering to what the people want. They promised so much, kumbe ilikuwa utaberi. I say again, these people said they had a plan, but people are increasingly seeing that there was no plan. Na hapo ndio mambo iko, Bernard. Hapo ndio mambo iko. Hakuna plan iko. Ilikuwa utaperi, watu wapate nafasi za nyadhifa za uongozi, alafu waendeleze mambo yao kibinafsi. Because huwezi kuniambia you are increasing taxes, you are increasing borrowing, and nothing seems to move. It can't be. Haiwezekani. So now it is up to Kenyans. I am telling you, Bernard, and I've said this on very many times. Hii maneno isiporekebika by mid next year, you know the crunch time is coming in January first and foremost, when children will be going back to school. When parents realize that they have to dig deeper into their pockets to pay for their school fees for their children. Hapo ndio watu wengine wale bado hawajaamini, macho itaanza kufunguka. So there will be nothing left to defend this government by mid next year if things don't change. Baba, I can see is quiet as advised, and I think it is good for him to continue be quiet, and even can afford to have a rough. Yeah, I understand. He said that those who are saying we are destroying their businesses through maandamano, now the businesses are going away with taxation. So who is having the last rough? Ni kwamba yeye alikuwa ameona wapo mbele, lakini hamkuona. Alikuwa anajaribu kuwasaidia, mkakataa kusikia, hampangwingwi. So let's see now. Let's see how it works. And because Bernard, the truth is that businesses are closing in multiples, particularly small and medium enterprises. And they are closing because of multiple reasons. Some are lacking customers because people have no money to buy. Others are closing because of the heavy taxes. Others are closing because of unfavorable policies, and so on and so forth. So wacha tuone, mwaka inaelekea kuisha, tuingie Januari, ndio sasa kiumane sawasawa. Asante.
Okay, asante sana, Mr. Gur. We appreciate that, and glad that you are here for us to engage and, of course, be able to secure the understanding of Kenyans. Sikio na kufa. Yes, you must identify yourself. Oh, unakuja hapa haraka haraka unajiingiza hapa na atujui kama wewe ni yule mzungu.
Anajiita sikio la kufa.
Anajiita sikio la kufa. Mimi nilikuwa nazima hii Sri Lanka inatoka Afrika.
You need to understand that
yesterday niliona amezaa kamwene ndota.
By the way,
jana walikuwa kamwene wengi.
Nikaona exchanges hapa, nikaona hii si ingiliza hii.
Msijali bwana. Kwani mlikuwa mnafikiria Madhakaro alikuwa anaanzisha vuguvugu alafu hiyo vuguvugu ikae hivyo? Aizai inakaa tu hivyo tu. We started something and it just stays like that, like water. Nimekuja kuingililia Nguru, by the way.
Kuja.
Sawa. Nataka kufanya hivi. You people did a show yesterday for 10 hours. Please don't do that.
Hatukucheza kitu mbaya. Hatukucheza kitu mbaya.
Sio kucheza kitu mbaya, just in case. Naelewa. Naweza cheza clip na iko na claim. Unajua those 10 hours inakuwa wasted. Because that either the video goes to the person you played his 20 seconds thing, or it becomes not viable for our group. So please, starting a new feed, our people are very faithful and very loyal. Ukiwaambia tunazima tunarudi wanakungoja. So please, tukae within those boundaries. Otherwise, thank you so much. And we are
Kenyan with Love amesikia. Kenya, unajua siku hizi anapotea hataki kuanzisha kipindi. So Kenyan with Love anaanzisha, mimi nakarisha. We have already done division of labor.
Tuma Kanjo kwa nyumba yake wachukue ushuru.
Kanjo gani ipate mtu nitapatia umbwa kali.
Tuma Kanjo kwa nyumba.
Okay, ni sawa bana, tumesikia. I had to come here sababu nimesikia Nguru hatutakii vizuri. Ati Nguru anasema mtu yule yako diaspora akitaka kuzaa kwanza arudi Kenya. So what do you mean, Nguru? We can no longer give birth to Kenyans who are abroad.
If you want to
sikio la kufa na Nguru. Unajua venye Nguru alisemea kitu, nilifungua mic nikaona Bernard atanipatia fine, nikarudisha tu nikasema acha namgoja.
Order you, the two of you. Order the two of you. Thank you very much.
Bwana.
Ngoja, Kenyan would love. Mimi nataka kuwawacha the three of you, you sort out that. Mimi sitaingilia kwa sababu maneno ya family planning, mimi ni Mkristo, naamini kwamba kila mtu ana uhuru wa kupanga familia yake. Hakuna mtu anapangia mwingine familia nyingine. Hata Mungu alisema jazeni dunia. Hakusema mjaze nyumba, lakini alisema dunia. So hii masuala mengine, mkitaka kujaza nyumba chazeni, mkitaka kupunguza punguzeni, lakini mimi siwezi wapanga. Mimi hiyo sio kazi yangu. Cha muhimu, nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kufanikisha kipindi. Mnapoendelea na sehemu hiyo nyingine, naomba niachwe ning'atuke mapema kwa sababu we are in the sending off of Dr. Kayo. Those of you who know Dr. Kayo, the preacher. It is starting tomorrow, and the final day is on Wednesday. So I am involved in that, so I need to be on the forefront. Kwa hiyo maswala, yeye ni baba yetu wa maswala ya upende kote.
Pole sana hajaweza kuwitness tukimungatua Ruto, but we will do it on his behalf. He really needed to have witnessed this because it is coming. Na tafadhali Mungu atushikilie watu wasiende tafadhali. You people, you need to witness this guy falling. Musiende.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah. Please, tunawanenea uhai. You need to see this guy falling, including hata wale walituambia jana atakaa 14 years. They need to be alive to see it happening in 1.5 years or less. Sawa.
Exactly. So Kenyan would love and the two and Sikio la Kufa msikie dawa. Over and out. See you later, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. Wacha kwanza wewe enda ulale. Now you need, ukikuja hapa Sunday, you need to start by telling us ulisoma line gani kwa Bible. We have some of, kuna watu hapa hata wakanyange kanisa. I'm not sure kama Nguru alikanyanga kanisa. At least unakuja unamsomea hiyo, unamwambia leo tulisoma Thessalonians 1:4 na ilisema hiyo. At least he can get a quote of a nourishment, if not full.
There is a daybreak show every day here, sharing the word of God. Don't look for an excuse. Follow the program. Good day.
Okay, sawa. Wewe enda hiyo pande ingine ushughulike bwana. You know, wewe ni panga inakata na pande zote. You have to be, lazima kila pahali ukue uwajibike. Wacha bwana bana dakangorote sasa. It is important. Unajua hata sisi tumengorota. So bwana Nguru, nimesikia hiyo presentation yako na vile umesema ati hakuna kuzaa diaspora tena. Mtu akuja hapo. So
I've not said that. I wanted to imply that if you want to have a cheaper
I agree. Nakuelewa. I understand you. So I'm just trying to put it further. I'm trying to say what you did not say. Elewanga hizi vitu. Bwana Nguru, be a smart student. Sasa si ati na kuingililia. I'm trying to advance you a little bit. Unajua bwana, wacha kukua mumbere sana.
Hiyo dollars lazima mulete. Watoto mtauzia sisi hapa.
Nguru, wacha kukua mshamba sana. Tokezea tao kidogo at least. Tokezea tao kidogo.
Acha vile mnajifanya huko. Kwa kila mtoto unazaa, ukiingia hapa ulete milioni moja.
Let me tell you bwana Nguru. Ruto ana roho mbili. Unajua huyu jamaa anafikiria anaweza tisha watu. By the way, Wakenya wako past kutishwa. Wewe unaona hata Wakenya wakishtuka huyu jamaa akiongea. And let me tell you, ukianzia kuona hata watu washtuki ukiongea, start getting worried. Kuna Mkenya hata unasikia akiambia Ruto kitu. So unasikia people are just scolding him. That is the worst state of a nation. Afadhali hata ile wakati unaona maandamano. I want to tell you, this is human psychology, how human psychology works. This is how human psychology works, including even in family. Afadhali hata ile wakati watu wanakusukuma. Afadhali hata ile wakati landlord anakuja anakuambia hii mlango nitang'oa. It is better. Kuliko ile wakati hujatuma rent na landlord aongei. It is it is the worst situation. You don't know what can happen. You don't know kama hata ni auctioneers anatafuta kesho asubuhi wakuja wakutoe na waende na sofa set to repay what they have. So that's why I'm telling you, the state in which our nation is the worst situation. Afadhali hata maandamano. If I was Ruto, I could push for maandamano. At least you can negotiate with maandamano. But instead, this state can evolve to anything. It is the worst state. Mimi na namhurumia sana, by the way. I want to tell you,
there are some things that people do in a subtle way which show resistance. One, are you aware that businesses that have been using M-Pesa for payments, they have started scaling down? Unaenda unaambia can I pay using M-Pesa? Naambiwa hapana, wewe enda toa pesa ukuja nilipa. So but that has to do with the fact that you buy something and then you are taxed on the payment 3%. So you can see people have started taking action. Number two, if you are staying in the same location and you are going to work in the same area, people are pulling vehicles. This week we go with my vehicle, next week we go with yours, that way. So where we used to have 4 or 5 vehicles in a space fueling, you fuel one. So the what they expect them to get out of increasing prices inaenda chini. Today I have seen several people, and you have even seen in the YouTube, the public openly confronting the police and courageously, confronting them verbally or resisting, or ni kama wameachilia. These are not signs that are very good. They shows the limit of anger. Ni kama kusema kama kijana mwingine alisema, kwa nini basi utuue mara moja? Just kill us.
So Bwana Nguru, let me tell you, I have started the revolutions, and I was a bit mimi si ati ni wa miaka kidogo sana. I witnessed Moi.
Kwani una ngapi wewe?
Wewe wacha usianzie kuuliza miaka, but I can give you the history of Moi. Naweza kuambia I witnessed Moi. I witnessed the boiling point and the anger, even after the 97 election. I witnessed what was happening there. But I want to tell you, since I was born in Kenya, I've never seen Kenyans in the same situation which they are today. I want to tell you, na nataka kuambia millennials who think that Kenya has started with them, because unajua we are having a small generation hapo akajielewi. Millennials think Kenya has started with them. They need to know that we buried Kenyatta before they were born.
And most of them think they know everything because of interacting.
So
with
the millennials now, they think we fought Mau without them. So kama wanataka kukaa kando wanaweza kaa kando. But what I'm trying to tell you is that in a situation, the situation, the political and the philosophical situation in Kenya ni kitu wezi, you cannot ignore any longer. You cannot ignore any longer. Sababu unaona hata ile wakati maisha imekuwa ngumu, even during wakati wa kina Uhuru Kenyatta, when people are now saying maisha ni ngumu, we have never made it a national dialogue. We have never made it a point of discussion. Usually ilikuwanga tu inafika watu wanaongea kidogo, unasikia unga ya mia imekuja, story inatulia. Like akujawahi kuwa, we have never had an intensity of whereby people feel things have gone out of order. So what I'm trying to tell you is that Ruto is at a point where he cannot return Kenya pale ameitoa, and he is on a crumbling point, and I'm waiting for that point. Sababu I do not think that Kenyans are so naive they will wait for somebody to change their life, vile life imebadilika na wanamuangalia tu. I don't think that Kenyans are so naive. Kenyans are energyless. Ati serikali ni so powerful, hakuna ati kitu Kenyans wanaweza fanya, because Kenyans have lost everything. I speak with people, both businessmen and na raia wa kawaida. True story today.
You know, now it's reached a point where even those who are supporting him very emotionally, they're actually pleading with the people to give him time. Pleading.
No. You
pleading.
Wacha nikumalizie sasa. Leo, from jana na leo, I've spoken with somebody. 3 business people leo. Na raia wa kawaida. Watu tu deep rooted within the Tugege riparian. Nimeongea na wao. Sasa huyo mtu sasa tukiongea naye sasa nikamwambia habari ya biashara. One of them has a handwear. Mwingine tu ako tu na duka rejareja hizi mari. I have spoken with those people and let me tell you, Bwana Nguru, one of them started business 15 years ago. 2023 is the worst. Si tunafunga 2023 sahi. He has told me the amount of sales he has done in 2023 is less than 50% of what he has ever done. He has told me this is the worst year for him. He has downscaled. Auzi ile stock alikuwa anauza kawaida. And he doesn't see any hope of what is happening. To the extent yeye mwenyewe, he disclosed to me, I think he was even telling me, I think unaona sasa wameanzia I think huyu mtu hatukumchagua. Now they are not even saying tulifanya makosa. They are now saying huyu mtu alijiweka. I don't know. See, I don't know. Guru, if you have spoken with the people from Togege's riparian land, you know, they are now even they have started disowning him. Wanasema hawakumuchagua. Some of them wanasema alijiweka. Sisi hata tukumpigia kura, alijiweka. That is what they are saying. Sijui kama umekutana na mtu anasema hivyo. Mimi nimekutana na several wanasema.
No, ni kweli, very few are owning up that they voted for him, by the way.
So sasa ile pale sasa let me tell you, na ukiona inchi imefika hiyo level, let me tell you, by the way, Kenyans tunashikana jango na vitu mingi sana, but when you see people assembling na wanashikanishwa na wewe as a worth element, let me tell you, it's only that African leaders are a bit naive. They don't know when to quit power. Let me tell you, I'm a soft guy, although najua utaamini. I'm a soft guy. If I was najua utaamini, utasema mimi ni mtu ya kelele. Na wewe Kenyan with love useme I'm a soft guy. If today I was in Ruto's shoes, I would resign. There's no good of losing all your honor by waiting.
Unajua alikuwa karibu kuchapa Uhuru kofi aliposema tuwaachilie. Ni nini mnaachilia? Nini mnaachilia?
Eventually we will be embarrassed. You will see it. Wachana na hii maneno watu wanasema ati hapa kuna second term. Let me tell you, second term is determined by a fluid system. Don't think that hata kama kura uibiwa and people get second term, see ati with knocks, with a failed engine, and you still engine iko na chumvi na bado unasema hii tutaendesha 100 kilometers. Bwana Nguru. So even history are saying that this you only get a second term kama there are justifiable issues. The one is justifiable. You at least you can go to a second term. So ile kitu najaribu kukuambia, Ruto cannot even be telling people at it is not always that the government doesn't need to be popular. Sahi ni wakati wa kazi. Ni kazi gani wanafanya? Ati the government, yani sababu kule, and let me tell you, it is not about promises. Unajua sababu saa zingine Nguru tunakosea hapa. It is not about promises. For your information, Ruto promised nothing. It is not about promises here. Here it is about somebody wanting to change a country fabric, and I don't know for what reason. Sijui kama ni vile anataka Kenya yote ikuwe yake, sijui kama you want all of us to become his subjects. I don't know if you want us to be his slaves, sijui. So in a nutshell, ile kitu najaribu kukuambia, the honorable thing, if I were Ruto, nijiweke tu kwa position ile Ruto wako nayo, as a honorable man, I would resign. Because let me tell you, Ruto will achieve nothing. I would resign. Let me tell you, like for example, kama sahi nikuulize, Nguru, with the current economic status ya Kenya sahi, courtesy of him, can you give me what you can do now to return the dollar from 155 to 120? I just want to hear that one from you. Can you explain to me what you can do now with the Kenyan economy, now in Ruto, to return 155 to 120?
One is massive export, especially of those things that are quick win. But unfortunately, there are very few quick wins for Kenya, because you have to increase tea production, you have to increase coffee production, you have to bring more tourists here, you have to appeal to Kenyans in diaspora to pump in more money home. So those are basically, and the horticulture, those are basically issues that bring the dollar to Kenya, and they are not doing very well, most of them. So there is no way out of that situation in the short term.
In other words, it cannot return to 120.
No,
that
it
is
can't.
the simplest answer. So
In fact, if
it
is ever going to come back, it might be even after 7 years.
It cannot return, because that thing can only return if you change leadership. It's that simple. Let me tell you, all this shenaniganism you are seeing in Kenya, and let me tell you, this guy is destroying a very beautiful country. And I want to tell you, this guy should be put in a guillotine. Let me tell you, the country south of Ethiopia.
You know, Giro, one thing I think people underrate is the confidence that the citizens have in their leadership. The moment that is undermined, the country grounds to a halt. Right now, because of what happened in Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, there is a heavy campaign that was going on from Kenyans themselves, telling visitors, please divert your travel in the region, go to Uganda or Tanzania. Kenyans, it took even one of the hoteliers called Mohamed Hassi to appeal to Kenyans to be patriotic. That's what he said. But you see, some of these things can never be forced, because unfortunately the communication systems, unlike in 1980s and 90s, are so fast these days. You find cases like what happened in Jomo Kenyatta International Airport trending within a short time. And actually, I believe there are people who intended to come to Kenya for holiday in December and have diverted to either Tanzania or any other country around the region. That means loss of dollars.
Nguru, around me hando kuna mtu hapa anajiita Njue Njage, na sijui kama ni mtu wa kutoka kwa I hand the chief pathologist, yule ambaye alikuwa anaitwa chief he also used to be called Njue Njage, eh? The chief pathologist who used to come from Embu some long time ago. Yule ambaye alikuwa na issues but I hand it like years late, eh? Yeah, Mungu amweke. So
somebody saying I saw also that, I don't know, it's not verified. I can't comment on something I don't verify.
I saw it on social media. So there is this guy who is called Njue Njage, and ananiambia I'm very naive. I'm usually very good when I see somebody telling me that, because when somebody tells me I'm very naive, it means that I'm very good. Yeah, I always know that. So because I trust my angle of observation. So, Bwana Njue Njagi, my vision is very clear. So I know who is naive. Maybe you are reporting yourself. So there is no. So according to him, simply because Ruto ati alijiweka hapo, ati Ruto is going nowhere. My friend, Kenya is not up for auction. Na huwezi niambia ati huyu jamaa ati he can be there and he is not doing anything. Kenyans are crying na bado atakuwa hapo tu kama kiongozi yetu. People are just gnashing teeth. Give us a break, Bwana Njue Njagi. Even if you are a Kagege, 1 minute, Bwana Nguru. Even if this guy is a Kagege, at least be a Kagege with some mafuta to mafuta. Go ahead, Guru.
Mwambia kwa stylist Kagege kidogo. Apate avae nguo kidogo, ka style kidogo tu.
You know, it is a defeatist statement because even the person he is saying cannot go anywhere. Ruto, he said that system cannot work. It's people who put leaders there. And therefore, I don't know what he means by saying that he won and he was not the president then. What he doesn't know is that the way he made his predecessor to be rejected is the same way he the same seed that of rebellion that he planted is that which is going to take him down. His will even be double because he promised things that it is not delivering. He wanted to look better than the one he was telling people to remove. So is he going to use force, or in which other way is he going to maintain himself?
Guru, 1 minute. You want to tell me that in Kenya, it doesn't matter whether you do anything or not. Wewe ni kiongozi, second term, ukitaka kubadilisha anything, you can change. It doesn't matter whether people are dying, people are going to school, people are going to hospital. Nothing is happening. Taxes are being increased. Kenyans are glued to you till you get out. Is that what Njagi means?
By the way, I wanted to know his age, because if he was here in 2002, you know what we are talking about. Because this country right now is moving to where we were in 2002. That
Guru,
it's going to be a nationwide kind of movement that will sweep the board. All what is remaining now is organization.
Guru, just a second. I don't know nani sikio la kufa kama unaona hiyo message iko hapo hivyo juu. From the channel. Unaiona? Unmute sikusikii.
Yeah, nimeona. I will actually respond accordingly, don't worry, nimeona. So
okay, sawa.
So you can write anything you want there, nitaona.
No, nasema message ya kutoka kwa nini? Ya kutoka kwa channel. There's a channel Alex, unaweza vaa nini? Earphones. So it's telling us, I mean, maybe it's just on my side, maybe lakini hujafungua uja unmute yet. Inasema your guest Alex is on Android Chrome, which has a bug that causes echo. Google is working to fix it. For now, please ask your guest to wear headphones to avoid echo or use different browser. We are also informed. We've also informed your guests. So I guess Alex pia umeipata. I don't know, maybe unaweza unmute tuone kama kuna echo. Kama hakuna echo, we good. Sijui kama ananisikia.
Alex the General, go ahead. Maybe it could be having those issues. So maybe as we wait for Alex, so Bwana Nguru, let me hear something from you. Can you tell me?
I was saying.
Let me ask you something, as you jibu. Let me ask you something, can you tell me, because kuna togege tunaonekana hapa ni kama they don't understand themselves. So do you want to tell me that unproductivity, people can still be leaders and they are not unproductive in Kenya? Like we can be ruled by somebody by a knife edge, and there's nothing we can do as Kenyans. That's what I had asked you.
No, I know. This weekend I had an opportunity to interact with a person who was nominated MCA some time back, and we got talking. He is also was supporting this man very much, but actually, it's as she was complaining, but she told me one thing. Her experience with politics is that money, Besha, is a key factor. So, in other words, she was trying to caution me that as long as this man will be having good money, he cannot be written off even at that time. But me, I beg to differ on my own that you can have that money, but the suffering of the people in the period that you are leading them may not change the tide. Of course, there is a section of our population that goes with purely money, but if you are to be asked how many people vote because they have been given money, maybe it's a very small section of people who get to even partake of the monies that are distributed by politicians. So today in Kenya today, when you go everywhere in every corner of this country and you talk to people, they will tell you they are totally dissatisfied, and incidentally, even in his own backyard in Uasin Gishu. So I don't know what miracle would be used, or what cleverness that he has over any other person in Kenya that would brighten people to a level of not seeing the reality to vote him back. I am not seeing that. Not unless he turns things dramatically for the better. Before then, I don't see hope. I don't see hope for him.
Skio Lakufa, I wanted to play a video and then I leave for a minute and then come back. If that's okay with you. Guru, I guess amesimama I mean, maybe ametoka kidogo, but I like what you were saying, but this is where I feel like Kenya iko saizi. I just want to play a video as it comes back and then I leave and then I'll come back. Allow me, please. This I think talks about hiyo kitu yenye tulikuwa tumekukujia na nguvu ya kutuambia tuzae watoto huko na alafu tukuje tulipe tax. Just let me play this one and then as he comes back.
The president must apologize to this country in his State of National Address on all the projects he made. Why would a Kenyan who is born in another country today be able to pay 1.2 million to become a citizen of this country? How do you tax a Kenyan and then you form an enterprise to start charging them for being born abroad? How do you do that? Let me say this, Trevor. Mr. Kagushia, let me finish. I gave you time. Because you don't feel the pain of the people of this country. And it's very embarrassing if you don't feel the pain of the people.
Senator Eddie, tell him, Senator Eddie.
I gave you
Senator Eddie must understand that he has no time here. This is time for citizens.
No, but you're given that time. I'm just telling you the fact.
But of course, you must also understand. That you have two against one. So give me more time.
We gave you more time. Kagushia is lying to the country that the president is
but also no, I can't allow him. I can't also allow him to
he has withdrawn.
You can't say I'm lying to the nation. When in fact, Eddie is the one who is lying. Let me tell you why Eddie is lying. Let me tell you why Eddie is lying.
What the lie is about.
No, but also, Eddie, but also don't spread propaganda.
I'm not spreading propaganda.
Because once you give propaganda to Kenyans,
I'm saying that Kenyans are not paying education more. today?
No,
Are you saying
I
that
mean,
capitation for education has all been given when it is 65 billion?
But that's a lie. But that's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Down, I'll give you a chance
Give
to
me the
respond.
numbers. But you know you're lying. I'll give you the numbers.
Are you saying that the president hasn't borrowed 1.2 trillion? Trevor, what I want to tell Kagushia today is that we do not expect a state of the nation address from the president. We expect a state of national apology by the president of Kenya. That's what we expect to be addressed today. We want the president today to apologize on why the cost of fuel is reducing internationally and the cost of fuel in this country is going high. We want the president today to offer a state of national apology of why the Kenya shillings has been deteriorating. When Uhuru was leaving, Kenya shillings was trading against the dollar at 120. Today it is 151, Trevor. Against the Ugandan shillings, Kenya shillings was trading at about 32. Today is 36 against the actually it was 25 when Uhuru left. Today it is 36 against the Ugandan shillings. Mr. Kagushia, we want a state of national apology from the president today on the high cost of education. When Uhuru Kenyatta was leaving, the cost of a secondary school was 22,000 shillings per student for capitation. That means that everybody, by the time that Uhuru was leaving, every single student who was in high school in this country was getting their money. Right now, as we speak, Mr. Kagushia, you must know that your government has done 65 billion to the to the secondary school education. That means that every student today is getting 16,000 shillings, 6,000 less of what previously used to pay. That means that parents today have got 6,000 more money that they must pay. When Uhuru left office, cost of petrol was averaging 138 in this country. The taxes on petrol, right now, petrol is going for about 217. The taxes on petrol that have come since Ruto came to office are 79.1. We have got diesel, which is the most used fuel in this country. When Uhuru left office, Kagushia, and Ruto took over the office, the average cost of diesel was going for 125 average. And the taxes that have increased since then on what you are calling Kenyans to look at as 12 is actually 67.35. We have got kerosene. How are you arriving at that? It is on the public domain. It is not public domain. EPRA is one of these prices. I don't arrive at them. VAT was increased 8%. No, the calculation. No, the EPRA is one that EPRA has been increasing these prices every single day. And by the way, Kagushia, I follow these things very keenly because the prices of fuel globally reduced yesterday below what is in Kenya today. And this is my background. I'm telling you about facts. Kerosene that is the most used by Mama Mbogas in this country was averaging 125. Today, the taxes alone on kerosene have been 62.81.
Okay. Ndio hiyo maneno ukweli. I mean, you see, people are starting to call out people. Guru, that's what I wanted to pass to you.
Huyo jamaa anaongea ni nani? Hebu kwanza sema jina huyo jamaa.
Eddie Okech, a very intelligent senator from, is it Siaya? I want to make it clear here that
I think he's a senator from Migori or something.
Migori.
Lakini Mount Kenya bwana, viongozi wa Mount Kenya manzi. Mount Kenya, you need to apologize for giving us such
I
shit.
want them to say this, that in defending this government at this time is so difficult. In fact, it is risky. I am sure Kagushia is taking a very risky political path because those interviews are being seen even deep in the rural areas. So how is he going to exonerate himself when that time comes that he was not part of the oppressive system? Yeye hajui anajichimbia shimo la kisiasa. That's why you see those who are clever enough, those who are intelligent, have kept off the media from that region, from Mount Kenya, because they don't want to be identified with those sentiments. They want at the appropriate time, like the opportunists they are, to jump ship.
It's okay, continue. I've muted him. It was Mesh.
Yes, you know, our politics is funny. Right now, most of the MPs in Central are waiting to see which direction politics will move. Therefore, they don't want to be hawkish.
They are opportunists. Same as they are opportunists.
Exactly. So if a party like Jubilee starts becoming popular, you'll see them trooping there and insulting their principle right now, so that they get into the hearts of the people. And exactly now, Kagushia is being politically naive. He's a young man, but he's being politically naive because those sentiments could come to haunt him at a later stage. So MPs, those who are clever enough from Mount Kenya, have kept off the media because they would have an opportunity of entrenching themselves to the people again, you know, without without seeming to have been part of the system. They can easily, like Ruto, say that they were not part of the system. They were trying to fight from within, but he refused to listen. You know, but they disengaged long time ago. Na ile utaberi itaendelea tu namna hiyo. That's what it is. That's why you hear most of them don't come to the media to defend the government. Take it.
Okay, so I think Mesh anasema akuwe briefed on the topic. I think we don't need to talk about the topic here, although najua topic inatembeanga hapo. But there are so many things to talk about. Ruto is just in a mess. So unknown scripts, sijui kama you have anything for us to tell us when this guy is falling, because unajua wengine wetu tunangoja some of us tunaangalia Daily Nation, inaitangwa Daily Nation na kina Sunday Nation to see the news. Some of us tunangojea tu tuone, we are waiting for the real news. Ruto resigns. Atuoni hiyo tu, we are just seeing a crashing country. Oh, somebody unmute.
Hiyo ni a mesh, is it? Anyway, Shika, I think, is it?
Habari zenu.
Maybe Mesh, you can hold on your, because
Okay.
sikio la kufa. You know, every time I have to take time to understand exactly what you are conveying before. Hi, Guru. And Kenyan without love. I think the other day he said we don't care about the constitution. I was shocked. Anyway, let me.
Halisikii dawa, ni sikio la kufa, halisikii dawa. I'm talking to Ruto.
Si wanasema maumivu iki something, tembelea kituo.
Ikizidi muone daktari.
Si ndio hiyo?
Siku hizi hata Murugu anaenda kwa nani bwana? Anaenda kwa Ezekiel.
Habari zenu.
Well, who is speaking?
Okay, anon script, ruhusu Mesha ongee kidogo, maybe mudomo yake inamuwasha. Let's see what she wants to say.
Go ahead.
Okay, habari zenu. Sonkadit nimekuwa fan wako sana kutoka kule Mutembei TV, nikakufuata venye ulikuja huku, na actually mimi nimesomea media, and as youth we are facing a lot outside there. I don't know where we are going as youths. Manake wengine wetu tunakaa tunaangalia serikali vile inaendelea, tulipromisiwa hivi, tuliambiwa kazi ipo, basi tumesoma lakini kazi haipo. Ukiangalia saizi dola inapanda kila siku. Sasa tunashangaa tunaenda wapi, tunaelekea wapi? Unga ndio imepanda. Tunaelekea wapi? Kwa hiyo kile mimi naweza zungumza ni tumwache tu Mungu afanye kile ambacho atafanya, manake uongozi ambao wananchi waliomba ndo huu sasa. Yale yatatokea, tutakabiliana nayo venye atakuja, lakini kile ambacho tungeomba sana ni kuomba rais aangalie wale ambao walimchagua na wale pia hawakumchagua, wote ni Wakenya. Vile alisema kwamba akiweka Biblia chini unga itashuka, wanafunzi watapata hela ya kusoma, kila Mkenya atakuwa Mkenya wa kawaida na kila Mkenya atakuwa kwenye serikali. Kwa hiyo ndo hayo mambo ambayo tunategea tuone, labda tumpe nafasi na tumpe muda tuone kama mambo kama hayo yataweza kuangaliwa. Na pia tunamtegea kesho majaliwa tuone Raila Amolo Odinga alisema atatoboa siri. Tungoje tuone nini haswa kitakuwa kinasemekana kule. Kwa hiyo mimi sina mengi, ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Lakini tungekuona
mahali niko ni giza huku stima zipo.
Ni wapi huko?
Huku ni huku moja hivi.
Sikio, are you buying that? Because of the echo that was coming there. The other day, Kenyan with love tried to educate us a little. When you hear those echoes, what is next? I don't know whether Sikio Lakufa can remember. That is why we are trying to understand where this mesh. Is it mess or a mesh? Yeah?
Mesh.
Like wire mesh.
Umesema ulikuwa na sisi toka kitambo?
Sound card nilikuwa mfuatilia kule Motembei TV. Actually I was working with Motembei TV. But I know
Usituambie story yao.
So nilikuwa namfuatilia kule, nikakaa kidogo simuoni, kumtafuta kumbe ashakuja huku. So na pia mimi nikamfuata huku.
Na umechelewa. We have like 1.5 years. We are as old as Ruto menace.
Hapo ndo nilimjulia, kwa hiyo sidhani kama nimechelewa.
Aya, sawa, ni hivyo.
Well, you are saying that sasa tugeukia Mungu, tugeukia pande ya Mungu, isn't it? That's what you are saying. But I think mute because of your echo. Yeah, I was saying that you are encouraging us now to turn to God, isn't it? And Sikio, the least I can remember, I think even Guru is aware, wanasemanga that God help those who help themselves. Isn't it? Isn't it? I don't know whether those are from the scriptures as well. I think so. God help those who help themselves.
Mungu aliwapa Wakenya kile waliomba. Kwa hiyo hapo ni nyinyi mkabiliane nalo.
Now the current thing is about the lies that Zakayo has heaped all over around him and everything he does, including now it is all over Africa. If you do remember,
yeah, of course.
No, I'm not inviting your comment. I'm just making an observation. As we speak now, Zakayo is now just, I think from every 10 Kenyans you meet, 7, 8 of them are telling you about Zakayo lies. That is what you get, the feedback you get. And I'm trying to imply that those lies, the impact now has gone beyond Kenya. They are now across the world, Africa and the world. They are now across Africa and the world. Now, you all remember the recent speech by, I think, this Julius Malema in Kenya. And he seems to have been one of the people who had fallen victim of Zakayo's convincing tongue. And he did observe rightly that during the elections, the promises were anybody would buy them. If you were to go by, people are to win elections based on promises, I think Zakayo is such a good example. Now, unfortunately, where things are now is that if you are him, he can still salvage a few things, but you wonder why he's throwing everything to the dogs. Even the little comfort that is there, which he doesn't need to interfere with, he continues interfering with every other thing. That is why I think I had somebody commenting that if it is functioning, it's not, don't bother to fix it, especially when you have other issues to deal with. You have so many other issues to fix. Why bother with the ones which are working? Why? It only makes your situation worse. One of these things is that this issue about the social lives of Kenyans, the cost of living, is hurting so much that you don't need more enemies by trying to interfere with the things which are otherwise functioning. Why interfere with people's, for example, those who are planning to marry? You see the fact that Kenyans do a lot of exorbitant weddings. It doesn't mean that they have money to spare, and that is where if you listen to where these new laws are coming from, because you Kenyans, you like the idea of holding harambes, to do weddings, to do very many other functions, to bury people. Now, for whatever reason, Zakayo is really eyeing the monies he sees coming from those functions and those activities. And that is why he's saying that if he can say 100,000 for a wedding, for a marriage certificate, for people who are doing a wedding, he's not bothered. He's not bothered, and he is not conscious about the impact of this. He's not conscious about the impact of this. As to the best of my knowledge, a marriage certificate is optional. A marriage certificate is optional. Think about even the traditional marriages and those kind of other unions. The issue of a certificate does not, and people still live until death do them part. So for Zakayo to now want to target people who are trying to marry officially, maybe in church, because the churches have been shown as being some of the areas where there's a lot of money. Now he's targeting that money, and it's like, if you can afford so much for your wedding, what would it mean? It's not a big deal for just 100K for a marriage certificate. Now, that is trying to look at marriages as being for the upper class. Now, on the other hand, huko chini, the poor are also getting married. Now, some of them would not even afford a dowry amounting to 10K. So leave alone the fact that now you want to say that for them to get a marriage certificate, you are going to need 100,000. And who to you if you are married outside Kenya? It's like you must buy a citizenship. You can't have people being naturalized in Kenya as citizens to an extent whereby people have to pay over a million shillings. Some of these things are completely out. I thought Zakayo had so much to deal with that the things which are at least functioning okay. Leave them. Don't disturb them. Don't disturb them. You see, people have been saying that like I heard that his comment to some MPs from Mount Kenya was that why do you want to be popular now? The time is not right. Now I did hear somebody saying that Zakayo's strategy is that of people who are trying to do clearance sales. If you have heard about Guru, I'm sure you'll remember. Around December, people have been looking for options of how to up their sales, and you'll find, like in the past, people would paste their shops and trading areas with the word sale, 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 sale. It is printed all over and pasted. The placards and the posters are all over. All of them are reading sale, 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 sale. Now, this thing initially came from the Indians, who, when they want to do a sale promotion, they will print so many of these and paste them all over the place. Now, I remember some time back, somebody from a backyard I know was used to refer to that, the Waindis who are doing this, as they thought that was the name of the Muhindi, and they were calling him Saleh, Saleh, Saleh. So in December, Saleh will come and will be selling all manner of gifts. And then they'll pretend that they are doing clearance sales. So how do you do a clearance sale and still exploit the consumer? You tell them that this product was 500, but now it's 200. The truth of the matter is that the product has never been 500. So it is just trying to play with your psychology that it look from 500 to 200. So you go trying to make a kill. You think that you are benefiting. You are not. Now that is what conmen do. They increase the price and then they pretend that they are bringing it down so that you think you look at the so-called huge discount, which is non-existent. Now, that is the sort of thing which I understand is the strategy Zakayo is trying. He's trying to put everything up, up, up. Now, when that time to be popular comes about, believe me, he's going to start dropping things so that you appreciate a non-existent favor. I don't know whether I'm making a point. You see, I tell you that, you know what? For you to get a marriage certificate, 100,000. And right now, I'm saying it's not the time to be popular. So what exactly am I saying? I'm saying that when the time to be popular comes, I'll move now from the 100,000 to 10,000 or to 5. So you appreciate a non-existent favor. You overprices so that you can benefit psychologically by bringing it down at the time, at its chosen time. Now, that is why, as we speak now, Zakayo, as far as Zakayo is concerned, the time is to loot, 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 loot. Why? Because the Kenyan public is like we are all running around for survival. And when you are running around for survival, what matters to you? Oh, good was dropped. When you are running around for survival, what matters to you? What you are going to eat. What you are going to eat. So, when you are in that condition, you will not be able to see or to observe all the other mistakes that he is doing or in all other sectors. Your main concern is food, 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 food. And if you keep saying that you want something about the cost of living, that is basically about survival. So what is going to happen? You are going to find the cost of living rising, 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 in the hope that, like in the clearance of sales approach, one day you will come down and tell you, okay, now fuel is 130, back to where it was. Now the whole idea is you buy the fake discount. idea that he has managed to bring the fuel down. Kumbe, his strategy was to push everything up so that the survival becomes as difficult as possible. And by the time he brings it down, he plays with it and brings it down, you start appreciating that, oh, you think now it is the God that you didn't know. You think that it is the God that you didn't know. Now I remember, like yesterday, somebody was talking about you see like now the issue of education, especially at the university, is becoming impossible. Now, in the past, you realize the past regimes would dare not do this. Now, what has landed us where we are is that this so-called Duale law, or Duale bill, interfered with the union leadership in the universities and very many other unions. Basically, they are crippled. Now, the whole idea is to try and frustrate the students from going out for strikes and doing demonstrations. The university health now being like frustrated the way it is. What does that tell us? If the universities were functioning and the unions were functioning the way they are, it will only take 1 week of demonstrations by the students and it will be restored. Now, through the so-called Duale law, the union leadership has been interfered with. Mpaka now they cannot even coalesce together and call demonstrations. Now, for you to have a proper mandamano, you need a common rallying point. A common rallying point. Currently, there is no common rallying point which will bring as many people as possible to the streets. As much as the cost of living is hurting on everyone, you still hear a few Kenyans saying that give time, things will change. Give him time. Now, that simply means that for some, the time is now. For others, give more time. Now, if you are not together on this, even on the cost of living, the mandamanos would not be effective. The mandamanos would not be effective. If we all feel the same about the issue of the IDs, for example, this high cost of issuing an ID or getting a replacement, then they should all be a common rallying point, which should then put everybody out and demand that, no, we are not. We are not accepting any of these high increases. We can't have a situation where a government is behaving as if they are selling a service, dictating, instead of giving people the public service, they are dictating to everyone. Yes, Sikio, are you there? Hello. Sikio, umekufa? Sikio, umekufa? Unavumilia kuwa Mkenya ama unajivunia? Hello. Mesh, are you there?
I'm back.
What has happened to Sikio la kufa? Amekufa.
Ni kama huyo anakula sijui nini.
Well, just make your comment. I check on something here. But
Okay.
I'm around.
Okay, I think there was mess ambayo William Ruto alifanya, Mr. Ruto alifanya ni kwamba Katika manifesto yake aliahidi Wakenya mambo mengi sana zaidi. Na vile Biblia inasema kwamba words without action are dead. Alimake promises mingi, lakini hamna lolote ambao ametimiza. Na kama angekuwa mtu ambaye anajali Wakenya, anajali Mkenya ule wa kawaida, yule alimchagua kutoka pale chini, basi angeanzisha na masuala ya vitu zile ambazo zinatumika sana na Mkenya wa kawaida. Kama ni unga, angeweka ile bei ambayo alisema. Masuala ya shule angesema, angefanya vile alisema kwamba kila mtoto, uwe maskini, uwe umetoka katika familia umaskini, uwe umetoka katika familia ya utajiri, masomo ni moja. Lakini hamna lolote ambalo limetimizwa. Kwa sasa hivi kila kitu, kodi inapandishwa kwa kila kitu. Mimi sasa sijaoleka. Mimi sijaoleka, nimemaliza shule, nimegraduate this year April. Sasa sioni haja ya kuoleka. Sasa unaoleka, unaoleka unatozwa kodi. Ukioleka ni kutozwa kodi. Wewe mwenyewe hujashiba, utatoa kodi kama hujashiba jamani? Hauwezi ukatoa kodi kama haujashiba. Kwa serikali kwa sasa inaangalia kitu chochote kile ambacho kinaweza tozwa ushuru jamani. Hadi naona saizi ukifikisha miaka 18 serikali inakudai 1,100, 1,000 kumradhi, 1,000 ya kuchukua ile ID. Kitu ambacho jamani kina hadi viongozi kutoka nje, kutoka ng'ambo kule wanamwangalia Mr. Ruto na hawamuelewi kabisa. Hawamuelewi kabisa, manake Wakenya wanaumia, wapo na njaa. Mtu akiwa na njaa, hana kazi, unamtoza ushuru. Ushuru itatoka wapi? Ni kama kuua mtu ukimpuliza. Itatoka wapi jamani? Kwa hiyo mimi sina mengi ya kusema. Kila ambacho ningeomba sana kwa wote ambao wananisikiza na wote ambao labda na hii sauti inawafikia kule serikalini, ningeomba mjue kwamba hawa wanadamu, hawa Kenya waliamka. Naam.
Just to add on what you're saying, see what's happening.
Naam.
If you mute your yeah, you see what's happening is that if you look around, the strategy is to try and make every other thing as difficult as possible. Now it is the sort of divide and rule on the issues of survival, the issues of food, isn't it? The issues of food, that is where is driving everything. You know, the moment you are made only to focus on how you are going to eat, in terms of priority, you are going to abandon or to put aside any other thing else until you eat. Now, in terms of priority, take the issues that Kenyans are now facing, the issues of transport, the issue of food, the issue of education. Now, those education, the issues of health. Now, you put that together and you find that you cannot make ends meet on any of this. Now, in the meantime, what is he doing? You realize, like now, this ship about crude oil disappearing in the Indian Ocean and what have you. What does that tell you? It seems to me that there are some people who are determined to enrich and enrich and enrich and enrich themselves. Now, Zakayo believes that with money, you can always do anything. You remember, don't forget that it is with money that he was able to corrupt the mathematics team from the election team that was in Kenya, the Venezuelans, and the Chebukatis, and of course the Supreme Court. Now, with that money, he believes that that is the way he can always get whatever he wants. All he needs is to have people, these euphoric movements, people congregating around him. You know, like most of his meetings, the issue of tokens. I'm sure for those who are following the issues in Mount Kenya, it was very common. Sometimes he will even declare there that for this and this group, nimewachia mbunge wenu so many millions. Now, it all turned out not to be true in most of the cases. But in terms of PR, people think that this is a moneyed person. And if the main challenge in terms of priority is food. Number one is food. Even if somebody gives you like 100 bob, you think this is the person that you need. Now, there is the issue of civic education. The voters in Kenya or the general public are not that educated. That is why Zakayo has been conning them round out, round in. Why? Because you can't see the other side. You have been geared and focused to just look at what you are going to eat. And even that, you make sure that you don't get enough, because lest you get satisfied and you turn to the priority 2, priority 3, priority 4. So you make sure that you are permanently glued to your priority number 1, which is survival. How you are going to pay for your matatu, how you are going to eat, how you are going to take people to school, how you are going to go to hospital. You see that the moment your problems are made by design to circulate around that, you will have no attention or time to look at other things. And that is why things like, to call it, for example, things to do with the coffee problem in Mount Kenya, it is not on the table. So at the right time, it tells people that right now is the time to be popular. So he believes that he would have stolen and amassed so much money. By the time what he calls to be popular will come, call it 2 years to the elections, is now when he will start doing things to improve the coffee issues, to increase the issues of standard of living, transport, these subsidies. You will see them all coming back. But Kenyans, again, are very forgetful. What are you likely to see? You'll see they have even forgotten the frustrations and the survival hardships that they have gone through. So what will you be facing? You'll be facing a situation whereby now you think a Messiah has come. Now the food issues, now they'll start giving you relief food. Now, if you are not very civilized or very well educated, you might think that is your savior. He's not. He created the problem and now wants to benefit from it. He now wants to benefit from it. So that is Zakayo for you. Create all these issues, and he knows that. And that aside, remember, he doesn't think that he's going to rely on your vote to become president in any case. He has his other ways of doing this. Now, one of the things you will do is to use the same law, manipulate the laws to suit everything that he is trying to do, and they all appear to be legal. I keep saying here, you all remember the issue of the Finance Act. That issue on the Finance Act is already in court, and it has not been resolved. Now, the thing was put to a halt. They went and implemented it using, you can call it using what? Okay, impunity. Using impunity, they went and implemented a law which was declared illegal. Now, the matter was appealed and is still in court, as has not been decided. What has he done? He has again gone to the same parliament and he instituted another law, the supplementary budget law, which now means that the previous law is now completely basically overtaken by events. It's rendered useless. So even irrespective of what the courts are going to say, he is using the same law and same parliament to override things which are being contested in court. And that is when we say that, you see, if the courts themselves are pulling their leg and being the weakest point and part of the problem, as some of us have said here, the judiciary has already been captured and will just do exactly what he wants them to do. Now, that is why I'm very disappointed with this so-called bipartisan talks. And sikio la kufa naona kama umefufuka. How can you allow Zakayo to use the existing laws to frustrate something which otherwise should not be allowed to go? this so-called bipartisan talk, some of the people here on this panel are even trying to support it. We are being set up. Why? Because whatever Kalonzo will produce will go to Parliament. Parliament will end up like the Finance Act. It is going to be law. It is going to be law. What are we going to do? And you know, you have no capacity to stop it. As far as I'm concerned, Kalonzo should ensure that that report is no more. They should not sign anything there. I was very disappointed the other day when he stood somewhere and was saying that if what their issues are not in the report, they will reject it in Parliament. Why wait for it to go to Parliament? If the issues are not there, it means that if the issues are not there, it means that that is basically going to be a Zakayo report. Why? Because it is Zakayo who came up with the issue of official opposition. And Kalonzo himself did confirm that that is already there and has been passed. He is Zakayo who came up with the idea of entrenching the what? The so-called CDF, despite the fact that the courts have declared it illegal. It is Zakayo who came up with the idea that the prime company secretary should be entrenched. Again, I did hear that that is already in that bipartisan report. The gender issue violations or law, the Zakayo version is already in that report. Now, take the issue of the Senate Oversight Fund. It's already in that report. Now, those are 5 or 6 issues which Zakayo has come up with, which you want to use to rob Kenyans. There is nothing the Oversight Senate Fund is going to do apart from to rob Kenyans. The CDF entrenchment to rob Kenyans. Even the other one for women is just going to rob Kenyans. The one for the cabinet secretary. You remember the budget which has already gone under that illegal office. Now, all these are going to end up in the constitution now properly sitting there. By the end of the day, this bipartisan, whatever it is, in whose interest is it going to serve? There is nothing it is going to serve. Now, we all lament here. I did say here the other day that this law of lamentation, this land of lamentation of ours, everybody is highlighting what bad things he's doing, what bad taxes he's doing. But you do realize that is all you can do. Lament, lament, lament. Unfortunately, even that cannot bring Kenyans to a common rallying point. That is the disappointment. You have heard, even today, you have heard people here saying what? That ape muda. Ape muda. Aweke Bible chini. This and this to happen.
Can I ask you?
Well, I'm about to give you a chance. So now, my view is this. The best that can happen out of that bipartisan report anything is to find out how do you move from here going forward. One of the ways, if you ask me, you remember those fellows, Sikio, the fellows who are coming out with issues which were not originally in the bipartisan report. A number of those issues, a good number of them were touching on the constitution. The bipartisan talk can use those issues and recommend the institution of the constitution of a constitutional conference, so that you look at all these issues, especially the legal issues which are already going on, and all of us seem to be helpless about them. The legal issues, if there is another revisit of the constitution, because the constitution is ripe for revisiting, you go there and do something about this chapter 6 violations which have taken place there. Do something about this electoral commission, which is becoming a runaway and becomes the tool Zakayo is preparing to use again in the coming elections. Now, a revisit on the Bomas Conference, a revisit of the constitution on the gaps which have are now existing in the current constitution would be the best thing that would happen to Kenyans. Not an entrenchment of cabinet, prime cabinet secretary, CDF, Senate oversight fund, or anything like that. Now, if that comes to be a reality, Kenyans will have presented themselves an opportunity to correct so many of the things and the loopholes that Sakawa is using to frustrate Kenyans. Thank you.
Mi nataka kukuuliza swali.
Yes.
Can you tell me, although si ati nataka kukurudisha hapo, where did the bipartisan come from? Now that we are saying that the report should be thrashed.
Let me tell you, although
where did it come from?
I can tell you where it came from, although I didn't want to say that here. But now that you have faced me, sometimes I'll just tell you point blank where it came from. You see, this bipartisan talk, it has everything to do with ICC. I don't know whether I leave it at that, because we don't want to talk much. It has everything to do with ICC and the developing of cold feet.
Aya, ni sawa, nimeachana na wewe. You can stop. So that one was a pinch. That was a pinch. Okay, let me ask you. From you, what are the gains which you think, because you know, as we as Azimio, we have been involved in this bipartisan thing. So hatuwezi anzia kusema ati hatukuwa huko ama hatuko. So can you tell me what are the gains? What are the gains? Nini tumepata kutoka huko?
The gains, according to me, can only come from the non-issues which were brought in by, you remember, like the former AG was there, the former Auditor General was there, all those groups which came with the issues which they feel were wrong in Kenya, but they were not part of the talks initially. You remember? Now, why am I saying that they are the gains? To the extent that they will lead to a recommendation for the reconstitution of a constitutional conference at Bomas. Now, you see the mistakes which Zakawa is committing now. Remember, he's using the law. They can only be corrected through a legal approach. And that legal approach can only be from a conference or something similar to that. From a relook at the constitution through the eyes at a constitutional conference. How do you come up with that? How do you have that body to be operational? That is the challenge. So the issues which were brought by Kenyans, a number of them are genuine and right. By non-Kenyans, Wachana are the ones which were brought by Azimio and brought by the other fellows. Issues to do with these boundary delimitations and what have you, issues to do with the more counties, you remember? Issues to do with all these constitutional bodies that are currently in place. How do you revisit them? You need, call it another Bomas constitutional conference, like the one which gave you the new constitution. That way, you'll find an opportunity to tighten the electoral problems, the format of government, parliamentary or presidential, the issues to do with the recall of MPs. You realize these things have never been operational. Recall of MPs, the issues to do with qualifications. You remember the one which was taking the Sakajas back and forth? You remember the issues we are taking the Sakaja back and forth. If you were to get an opportunity to sit in Bomas the same way they sat there and led to gave us the 2010 constitution, you will have a window to address these things which Zakari is using to mess the country legally. Some people think that there is no way you can forcibly remove Zakari from where he is. That is a big challenge, unless you have the interventions of the likes of the military and the world. How else do you benefit from this Bomas thing? That's also a question. You bring those issues, and since the Kalonzos do not have the capacity to address the issues, they should recommend a correct body, which is, for me, a constitutional conference, to address all those issues that Kenyans were unhappy about. Remember the memoranda that were presented there? They were touching on very many issues, even far beyond even what was in the 2022 election. How do you address them? And more so about Chapter 6. The issues around Chapter 6 are overwhelming there. So the bipartisan thing, if it sees the light of Parliament, I'm telling you, Zakayo will be the biggest beneficiary, because the issues, his issues, the ones I've counted for you, are all been agreed and passed there.
So, and I have a question for you. Okay, one minute.
Before you run to court to contest the Prime Cabinet Secretary's post as illegal, you would have had the bipartisan making it illegal through the back door.
So, unknown script. My question is, if Zakayo is the biggest beneficiary of all this is doing, of all this is going, do you want to tell me that Azimio was blindfolded, or Azimio was naive not to be in this national dialogue, knowing the stakes which were needed from this national dialogue, both from them? I want to ask you, like, for example, from Azimio side, ile kitu nilisikia kulikuwa na open the server, kulikuwa na audit the elections, hiyo vitu yote. Where are they? Are they part of the conclusion report? Are they part of the recommendation?
They are going to be part of the recommendation. The only thing is that they are already been determined. They have already been determined. Remember, if you want to do this thing, for example, to audit the servers genuinely, first of all, nobody should know even who is going to audit the servers, because Zakayo has got the habit of buying his rival to become his friend. That is his politics. If, for example, today I know that, okay, we are going to audit the server, and who is going to audit it? It is going to be you. I tried you to, because remember, he believes that money can do anything. So long as he believes that, so long as he has money, he will have things his way. He will have things his way, and that is why he was telling some people, this is not the time to be popular. This time is time to steal, to loot, and amass money. So that 2 years to this thing,
wewe wacha kuongeza, hakusema hivyo.
So much just a minute. 2 years to the election, you will have so much money. Even the so-called Azimio will never match him. You will be like 1/10 of what he has. And since you are struggling to survive, that is the time you will be given relief food like you have never known before. So who will you vote for? You will still end up voting for him, because you'd have been bribed through the tokens like he does. Go ahead.
Mama.
Sijafikia kuitwa mama.
Oh, mama ni jina ya heshima.
Huyu ni graduate wa April.
Oh, okay.
Kwa hiyo
okay, mwanadada, ama nataka nikuite mrembo. Haya, mrembo karibu.
Asante.
Ama nikuite demu.
Okay. Yote mamoja. Okay, kitu ambacho ningependa kuambia Wakenya ni kwamba Kenyans prepare for worse. Maanake hamna kitu chochote kitatoka kwa hii bipartisan talk. Hakuna. Wakenya wasitegea kitu chochote kizuri kinatoka kwa hii bipartisan talk. Bipartisan talk ina benefit wale viongozi ambao wako kule na matumbo zao. Hakuna kitu chochote kitaletwa mezani ambacho kita benefit Mkenya wa kawaida ambaye aliamka asubuhi na mapema kupiga kura. Kwa hiyo Wakenya muangalie, ndio maana unaona bipartisan talk it was to be ilikuwa ishe after 1 month. Inasukumwa kila siku, inasukumwa, sijui tunaweka ajenda gani kwa meza, inaletwa sijui nini, sijui upande wa Azimio wamesema nini, upande wa Kenya Kwisha wanasema sijui hii letu halijawekwa kwenye meza. Hao watu watapoteza, Wakenya ndio wanapoteza muda. Mkenya asahau kama anafaa kuoa, Mkenya asahau kama anafaa kukula, Mkenya asahau kwamba NHIF hiyo pesa yenyewe akienda hospitali ataenda abaishe dawa kule nje. Kwa hiyo Wakenya muje hatari, hakuna kitu kizuri kinatokea kwa hii bipartisan talk. Mimi wachini niende nikalale. Asanteni.
No, kabla hujaenda, let me ask you.
Naam.
I was suggesting that if, or maybe just mute. I was suggesting that if it leads us to open up to a forum where we can deal, because remember the Kalonzo group does not have the capacity to deal with the issues which are bedeviling the country as we speak now. They cannot have the solution. So if you have a correct forum and you have what I was referring to as a constitutional congress or conference, where if we end up with that, that would be the only thing that the bipartisan would have benefited this country. The issues of cost of living, you can only lament the way I say. Lament. And even when we do that, you realize not all parts of the Kenya are rallied, have a common rallying point, and even as far as the issue of cost of living is concerned. Why? Because the car has pushed us to a problem whereby you have to struggle to survive. Your priority number one is survive. 2 is survive. By the time you go to priority number 5, maybe electoral justice, you realize that survival has taken all that you need. And then you will come at the right time, the way he was saying that this is not the time to be popular. He's going to come with the tokens because right now he's busy stealing and heaping money. He's going to release it. The Kinasikio Kufa who are in Azimio, you will not be able to match him. If you are 1/10, you'll be lucky in terms of money. Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute, kabla I introduce another group. Naona watu wamekuja. I have a question here. As you know, me, I only talk of my side. I don't want to talk of Zakayo's side. Has Azimio achieved its objective? You know, when we talk of achieving objective, we don't talk of achieving everything. I want to give a biased number. Has Azimio achieved over 50% of the expectation of bipartisan or of that national dialogue? Maybe a non-script you can respond in 1 minute. Then we have Lala, then we have Alex, as they also talk to the topic.
My direct response to that is, maybe I give in terms of percentages. As far as the issue of about auditing of the election is concerned, I would say they are maybe at 3%, for the reason that the matter has been determined. It has not been made public, but it has been determined. And then as to the issue of cost of living is concerned, those were the 2 major issues that they had. I would put it at maybe 4%. Why? The reason being that you have seen the car continues to make survival more and more difficult. More difficult. Mpaka, you are demanding that if the matter is not in the report, you are going to reject. So to that extent, they have not succeeded. Thank you.
Okay, good. Lala, you can go ahead and address the congregation. So I think a non-script has spelled the doom. He has said bipartisan was a waste of time. According to him, that is what I get. LALA.
Maybe
where are you?
Secure. The other issue I could talk about. Remember when I talk about the ICC? To that extent, they have achieved something.
Although that one does not matter to us, what matters to us is what could have made us know who won the election.
It matters because it is what brought the cold feet. Bipartisan was just a cold feet.
Okay, let's Alex talk. Alex, I know you want to rebut. I know you have a different opinion. Go ahead. Alex.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Jina yako leo ni ngumu, man. I'm not able to read it. I don't have my glasses or my contacts. So I think for me, I'm looking from a different angle. Because we said we have one general, and we will listen, and he will do what? He will lead us. I was of a contrary opinion completely. And from the onset, I was not for any talks, for I knew we are talking with liars. And therefore, anything we were talking was based on lies from their side. So you cannot talk of lies and come to a conclusion that is healthy. They do say two unhealthy issues cannot bring a balanced solution. A non-script, we don't have bipartisan talk right now. The bipartisan that was being proposed was to be within parliament structure. And you remember what was talked. They did form one, and the whole issue was about election and servers and the IEBC, which we found out that there was not going to be any agreement. And at that particular time, we were also going through our mandamano, which somehow was very, very successful and made Ruto fear, because at that particular time, many presidents within Africa had started understanding Ruto the same way Malema said. He can't locate him where he is in terms of his vision that he told Kenyans. So I think Africa was happy to listen to a man who was very cogent and persuasive, but little did they know the character of the man. Now, when that...
Alex, a quick one regarding...
No, I don't want disruption. I don't want disruption.
No, you said that you don't have. I'm lost.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you clarify what you mean by saying that now we do not have a bipartisan? As far as you're concerned, the one we had was the one of the Sifuna one, isn't it? No, you lost me on that.
Okay, to help you, I will agree what you have said so that I can go on. We do have bipartisan according to you. Okay, so okay, let's go ahead. Now, Ruto was very successful in branding Baba as a terrorist. They started regarding ODM and Azimio as terrorists. And that branding was bringing us down, because many parts of Africa look to Kenyan politics in a view that we are trailblazers in many things. So, in fact, our bold and courage and the things that have happened in Kenya made actually some of the revolutions that we saw within West Africa, because we emboldened them. And that was making the West very uncomfortable. And having seen how these people had made some crude organization to kill duos particularly, and Baba doesn't like the flow of blood, and Kalonzo was not particularly firm enough that particular time, and we could see, we could feel it. So I think within Azimio organization and the headship, they decided that, okay, we will have a talk. And then Baba surprised us that Kalonzo was the one to lead it. And the reason was to expose completely squarely who Ruto is. He is not caring about Kenyans. There is no any other way. The only language is Maandamano, because many people from the other side believed that talks could help. It's been months during that national dialogue, because from the onset, walisema that the bipartisan was supposed to be etioni nusumkate, and then you had Ichungwa said, we will not allow it. You had Gachagua say, tumeweka mitego enough, ABC and so on. So as so far, we're now that one became defunct. A new one was formed. Kalonzo was put in, so as now they could start. Now, only issues of national dialogue that could put the cost of living, because this is what Azimio said. Anything that does not put the cost of living down, we are not going to accept that. The other side also agreed that if it's the cost of living, let's tackle it. Until today, the issue of cost of living has continued to do what? To exorbitantly go up and up and up. We have seen leadership from Kenya Kwanza who speak without any empathy in regard to what we are going. In fact, during the national dialogue, we have seen the cost of living again double up in fuel, in housing, wanabomoa jumba za watu, wanafanya all these things we have seen going on. So the question is, if the national dialogue was supposed to lower the cost of living so that we don't start talking about IBC before our people are full, so we've come actually to expose Ruto as a person who does not care about the people, because he's doing even more harm when he accepted that we can do the bipartisanship and the national dialogue, so as to give him the time that he said that he needs time to do this. Now, they said they needed 90 days. They say, and now it's over 1 year. The question is, how long do you need? Or this is your policy. So for me, Baba have been successful to expose Ruto and his regime openly, because in part of Pan-Africanism, and this is what Malema did, which was actually very smart, to locate that he came in as a Pan-Africanist. He wears Kaunda suits, okay? He said we need to do what? To buy fuel now with G&G, government to government. And then he's the one who goes again to do what? To the West, because there is cash crunch of dollars in his country. So he's become a favorite of the West to a point that nobody believes all about my partnership. Secondly, the same Ruto has been exposed in terms of GMOs. He agreed that the issue of getting maize now from Ukraine, which has a chemical composition, it will be outloaded in Kenya, and the headquarters will be in Kenya. So for me, the greatest thing that the national dialogue have kept on doing is to expose who Kenya Kwanza are and to expose who Ruto are. Last week now, there's some Kenya Kwanza members of parliament had the guts and the boldness to go and tell this guy that, look, all is lost. We can't continue this way. To the extent, Kawira, no matter what, you remove her, you will cause now a true rebellion openly in the mountain. So I cannot say that the bipartisan, the national dialogue have not done what I wanted. For me, I wanted Ruto to be exposed. Now, if we are going, which I'm not seeing, if we are going to maandamano, we have a reason that this is the only option we have. Remember a few weeks ago, Malema also gave a Pan-African engagement in regard to the Palestinians and the Israelites. Say, we are not fighting the Jews. We are fighting the Jewish state. And he went further to say that if people have been cornered to a point that their lives are what? Have become a misery, they must fight back, because whether they fight or they keep quiet, they are going to die. Now, where we have gotten to, now we must fight back for our lives. We have exposed to Ruto. So we cannot say that if we go back and do what we are supposed to do, a whole as a country, not specific people, so that Gachagua can get an advantage to create a killing squad openly, and we are seeing, and we see Luo brothers die like hell openly, and nothing is being done, and yet we are told that we have a constitution. That is where we said we don't have a constitution that is functional. It's not supreme anymore. People dying, being killed, there is no compensation, there is nothing, there is no codes. These people are exonerated. So for me, it has achieved its goal. Now, what ought we to do now that is achieved? The question is, it should not continue. We should pull away, because whatever we wanted, we have gotten. Because we know the other side, there is nothing they are going to give you, there is nothing they are going to give us, and there is no way they are going to change, because they know they stole the election. They are stuck into their point because they fear the repercussion of us taking the government. I'm telling you, they can decide to, but there will be repercussions. Hatuwezi anza kusema kama Desmond Tutu kuwa, oh, let's forgive them, they have given back. No, there will be repercussions for that. Thank you.
Sawa, so Bwana unknown script, I want to go back to you. Based on what Bwana Alex amesema, quite heavy information. According to Alex anasema, all the objectives which we were looking for, the artificial one, the ones which we were following, to him, they are not so important compared to this major one, which has unclothed Ruto character, and it has actually helped even some Kenyans also to understand the type of leader who they have. So according to what I have understand from Alex says, understanding Zakayo was a more bigger goal than all the other things which we are looking for. Though maybe that is not what maybe people are ready for it. So that is what I've gotten from him. Then a question comes here. Now, a larger group, including even Africans now, who are even being cheated how Pan-Africanist this guy is. And there is no one who becomes a Pan-Africanist at 56 years. So, dear brothers, saa zingine unajua hii maneno ya kuanzia kusema sijui this person is a Pan-Africanist. Pan-Africanhood is something you grow with. It is you are either a Pan-Africanist or not. So, Bwana Alex, if you have not exhibited and you have gotten into spaces of power and you have not exhibited, ni kama sahi mtu kama Gachiedha anzie kukuja kutuambia sahi ni Pan-Africanist, and there is nothing which can show him can show us trajectory towards that thing. So these are some of the things which I think even Kenyans are naive. Ruto is not a Pan-Africanist. You cannot become a Pan-Africanist at 57 years. No, you can't. I know you want to rebut this, but this is a whole jargon which we can discuss, Bwana No Script. So now, based on what Alex is saying, what is the next trajectory which can be done to make sure if we are shifting towards 2027 for an election, because we don't know, that the election will be credible and we will not be in this circus, or if there is evidence that the election was stolen, how can justice be achieved? How can these two things be reconciled? That is the biggest question, the biggest thing of Kenyans. If the election was stolen, how can we solve that? If we are going to 2027 and we have decided let's forgive each other, we don't know. Anything can happen because even history proves that. How do we go to a more serious 2027 than the one we have? Because so far there is nothing we have done in IBC, anything. Sahi hata tukikuwa na uchaguzi, the results will be the same. Tutaibiwa tu because hakuna trajectory. Martha Koome ndiye yule. So hata tukienda kwa koti pale kwa Martha Koome atatungojea na meno yote tena, kuanzia kutuambia hot air. So Bwana unknown script, because I think LA was not there. Can I hear those points from you, please?
What I can say hii jina yako la kufufa. I'm surprised. Why did you come up with that? Anyway, that's beside the point. I've listened to what Alex was saying, and I agree with him. Some advantages in terms of Kwanika Zakayo for those, especially those who are not seeing him for that, to see has taken place. That is an advantage. But it is like it is more like a byproduct than what Azimio. You remember, Alex? I think you're still there. You remember that Azimio had the issue of election audit and cost of living must come down. In fact, up to today, they are still singing that much. There is an advantage which has come, I agree with you, in terms of demonstrating to the rest of the world, Kenyans and the rest of the world, exactly who Zakayo is, for what he is, the way Malema actually put it. That is an advantage. But then the specific for which they had set this thing to go, which they are put in writing, what would be your comment to that extent? And then you didn't touch, I don't know whether deliberate or not, you didn't touch on, in terms of KK, what are they getting out of this? And if you marry the two together, that was my point with the Secure Lakufa, that they had put down on paper what they wanted. And from the look of things, they are going to get more than what they had put on paper. And unlike Azimio, who are now getting on with an advantage in terms of demonstrating to the rest of the world exactly how bad Zakayo is. Thank you.
And thank you, my elder prof. The issue of what we are getting out of it and what they are getting has become null and void. Because at some point, Kenya Kwanza was so rigid and they were so united in one thing, not on policy, not on Ruto, but they were united in their common hate to Baba. Anything but not Baba. There's some people who had so much hatred that they didn't want to hear anything about Baba. And in the speech like 2 days ago, you heard Baba said that wakati tulienda maandamano kusaidia hii nchi, watu walisema tutawaharibia biashara zao. Wao sio watu wa kuandamana. And I took keen, when Baba give you a subtle criticism, you must take it seriously. Who was he going after? Why was he saying this? Because hata we unajua, his silence is deafening. In fact, I saw the Kenya Kwanza people even worried why Baba is not engaging in national dialogue so that he can lead this country out of it. That tells you that even with their stealing and their force, there is a big vacuum in the country. There is not a subtle, there is a loud speaking vacuum that there is no leadership going on. That's why you see these things at JKIA, you see all that nonsense, you see Moses Kuria say whatever he wants, you see the Kawira issue. I mean, there's so much going in the country that is petty and nonsensical. So that makes everybody start knowing that we have a common problem and we need a common solution. And that's why these people goes to status and told him openly that, look, the ground is bad. And he knows it because he gets what? Intelligence of every day is not supposed to fetishitize you and tells you what you want to hear. It tells you what's on the ground. So Ruto already knows, but he has secured his masters, which we want to debunk. Ruto is depending on the West. That's why when he goes, the king comes, he gives him a red carpet on the very, very ground or land that the very people who were first the Kenyan army were the Mau Mau. So Ruto is spitting on our faces while we are looking. That's why he can go to the US and say he wants to go to where? To help in Haiti, not remembering that Haiti was the first successful and ever, the first and only successful slave revolution. And when they kicked the French out, listen to that history. When they kicked the French were awfully disorganized after that, even in their colonies. So they gave over that first rebellion that was very successful to America to deal with it, because America was fearing that if that was going to be successful, it means other rebellions are going to be successful. No wonder they paid for how many years? About 80 years, more than I think 120 million. Why did they have to do that? America wanted to show the African people, the Pan-Africanists like Marcus Garvey, that you cannot rule us. So by sending us and Africans sending to police to Haiti was to show that the first African slave revolution was a baloney. Okay? Haiti should be an heritage to us. So these two people that Ruto is serving are the ones who have put him in that seat. But otherwise today, if you ask all over Africa who Ruto is, in fact, you don't even need a coup. You just need to say Ruto must go, tuende tu huko KICC, tupige nduru siku tatu na Ruto goes. But because he has foreign, that's why we are experiencing. So right now, it's not like when we began our Mandamano. Shiko was very clear when she came here. Her mother voted for Ruto. And she asked she asked her daughter, what can we do? And you know what Shiko said? She told her mother, she said that the only thing is that labda muombe akufe, which they are ready to do. So what does that tell us, a non-script? You can deduce that by telling us that, it tells us that we no longer have opposite problems. We are facing the same problems, and people are now understanding that the more they let this man in, the more they are going to suffer. These young people who did not understand, they are suffering most from ID, from all these things now you're hearing. They thought it was a joke, but it has come to a reality. And those small things that are being affected with them are what will destroy them. And as you said earlier, or I think somebody said earlier, that Ruto wants us to be poor so that we can beg him. But before we become poor, we still have minds. Hata kama walikuwa hii side, sasa wamerudi side yetu. We must open our hands with an olive arm. Why? Because for me, as I view it, ni azimio la umoja. We must fight this fight to the end together. Thank you.
Huyu sikio la kufa.
Oh, you can continue. Niko tu nakusikiliza. Munaweza jibiana na.
You know, Alex, I fully agree with what you are saying. I don't know whether are we taking the shortcut and the long cut. Some of the strategies, personally, I'm not being able to understand where they should be, because I know the way. I think as late as today, Kalonzo was still talking, asking people, ati mtatokea maandamano. Mtatokea maandamano. Now, if you look at what has been happening, There is, I don't know whether you are aware that there is a law which is supposed to be passed in Parliament to deal with the demonstrations, to inject some other rules and what have you on how the police should deal with demonstrations. Now, that is going to be like, remember when the Jubilee government dealt with the security laws somehow? You bring a law to help you deal with the current situation. They can actually do that. Now, I did mention here earlier that you remember, right now they have come up with a supplementary law which has overtaken the things you are complaining about, some of the things you're complaining about in the Finance Act. Thereby, as much as it is before the courts as we speak, it has been like overtaken by events. So Zakayo is using the law, is again trying to make us beggars the way you are saying, which I truly support. And that is reflected when he made the comment that this is not the time to be popular. This is not the time to be popular. This is the time to make money. And the time for to be popular will come. What exactly was he saying? He wants to make sure that he has enough money because he still believes in his old style of doing things, whereby he thinks with money you can do anything. You can buy the Smartmatics, you can buy the electoral commissioners, you can buy the Supreme Court, and that kind of approach to issues. So what does he do? He's concentrating in having as much money as possible, so that when you, both of you now, the Azimio and call it the KK, are facing the public, you will be so much, first of all, your priority will be what are you going to eat? What are you going to do? And he will come up with that tokenism strategy of his, because you would have spent all these years putting aside money. So by the time now you all go to the field, money-wise, you find that he is on your case. He is already confusing the same Kenyans who, like somebody just said here yesterday, Kenyans forget very quickly. I wonder how many of them would remember the hardships Zakayo is pushing them through right now. Now, when it gets to that, what is the way forward right now? For me, it should be a matter of strategy at this level to deal with those things we can already foresee Zakayo is preparing. Thank you.
Yeah, and the bill, I think the bill will pass. What the bill wants, it's not to outlaw demonstration, but to take the right of the courts to give license for people to picket, demonstrate, but that power should be given to the police authority to decide who can demonstrate, who can picket, up to what time, where, when, why, how, that bill is still on, I think, in Parliament. And I think it's going to be put in the same way that during the finance bill law, Zakayo aliingisha many other bills behind the finance bill, sweeping, that our people do not understand even today. So there's such kind of bill to make sure that the powers to demonstration are not left within the court. They are left. But the question is, even the courts are failing us. We have seen people being incriminated and being thrown to prison for picketing. So, as I told you earlier, a non-script, the issue of IEBC is way, way far beyond the encroachment of our present. Because how do you get, that's Omolo Molo yesterday, not you. How do you get an IEBC? The IEBC is being sworn by who? By the judiciary. Who nominates the justices to the court? Again, the president at some point has a duty on that. That's why last time when the Uhuru refused to swear in those judges, there was a chicken and egg question that is it in the law that the president has to do that? And if it's not in the, who can do it? Is it the Chief Justice? And then Martha Koome went a little bit slow on that. So we need something that can overhaul the whole system. If an on-script now you look back to, but I think you did say that. You were very candid in terms of what you said and very stable. And your consistency was there, what you said before the election when you started seeing some loopholes. But for me right now, I've seen the killing of ODM started when Ruto started bankrolling Ababu Namwamba, people like, unfortunately, today we don't remember, but some days they were rebels, but we don't call people rebels when they've decided to kuokoka. People like Hassan Joho, they were taking choppers all over the country until some group called Men in Black had to stop them. Otherwise, Ruto could have taken that ODM party long time ago. It has been his constant worry to his presidential bid. So as we see, Ruto has his own way now to survive. To get in was another thing. To get out, to stay in is another thing. And the question is he doing that while he's diverting us? A lot of diversion, petty things that make headlines, but quietly Ruto and his people wanakula, you know. Thank you, non-script.
You see, Alex, I think you are seeing exactly what I'm seeing. Now, the challenges which we have now, talk of the rogue judiciary, talk about the rogue parliament, and talk around the issues. For example, the other day I said on this platform that, you see, parliament as currently constituted is illegal. It is an unconstitutional parliament. Because you only need to go and read what it takes to get, for example, in the Kenyan case, under the new constitution. How do you get majority and how do you get the minority? Now, the moment you don't follow that, and somebody in the name of the speaker or the Wetangula goes the other way around and gets away with it, where does that leave the country? Where does that leave the country? And you know, I keep saying here sometimes that, just with the light note, that these so-called Azimio fellows, that they have senior counsels, what, all this manner of the legal battalion that they have there. I'm really very worried for what's going on, because somebody might argue that that, you know what, why go to the court when you know the courts are not going to do the right thing? You can argue like that, but even now, when you don't even try, you don't even attempt the way Omutata has been trying to do some of the things. Where does that so leave these so-called senior counsels, which they keep priding themselves around of not doing? Why nobody even attempted to contest the rectangular ruling of majority and my oral view? If the people are properly crossed the floor the way the constitution designs it, okay, the majority would be on the other side. Imagine that has not happened. To date, that has not happened. Nobody has properly, legally crossed to Kekwe's side. Yet, they are the so-called majority. You see, that is a false start. Then secondly, it also occurred to me that the people who are elected on the Azimio side, very few of them were ready to relinquish whatever they are until things are corrected. They were so fast, all of them were so fast trying to get to be, call it the governor or the MP or whoever it is, despite all these serious violations. things should have come to a standstill, even if it meant that all those electoral positions which were on the news are being declared vacant. I'm telling you, things would have been different. Right now, all the issues which are bothering the country now under the current constitution, they are to do with issues which benefit Parliament. Unfortunately, the same constitution says that if there is a law which directly benefits, it should not be, the lawmakers, the existing lawmakers should not benefit from it. So you can't allow the parliamentarians to be the ones to do a law where they are the direct beneficiaries. There is no way they are going to correct it. You remember what they are doing with the CDF. You remember what they are doing with the qualifications for being a member of parliament. The way you are all very conversant with the Sakaja issue. All this round and round and round, the issues to do with even the gender rule. Now, the reason why I was saying earlier that it looks like this bipartisan is just going to serve Sakaja's interest, because of all these 5 issues, there is confirmation that they have already been agreed by both parties. So in other words, the difference between Zakaya and those ones is just a matter of parliament. And me and you know what's going to happen in parliament. Now, I was just praying that at one point I was trying to get to talk to some of the strategies on Azimio side. Those issues which were brought on at the Kalonzo team, which are not directly in the contentious issues, but are equally touching. Remember the issues which were brought by the Auditor General, the issues which were brought by, I think, even the previous AG, and very many other civic bodies. They brought a mountain of issues there, which I know Kalonzo does not have capacity. Kalonzo team does not have capacity to deal with. Now, I was hoping that can lead to the birth of another. After all, the constitution is due for review. Another constitutional conference. In the constitutional conference, these issues can now be addressed one by one, including the violations around Chapter 6. And of course, the excesses on the Supreme Court, the excesses on the judiciary, the excesses on Parliament. We will properly have constitutional lawyers sitting down and looking on all the impact and the feedback on what has been happening around the 2010 Constitution, one by one, and fine-tuning all the loose nuts. Thank you.
Yeah, and we need to know 2 things, a non-script. For a long time, I think until recently, we've been political analysts, mostly everybody in the panel. But when you start changing from your mindset from a political analyst to a strategist, where must we head to? You'll find yourself at fault or with antagonization with the people that you are with. And for me, this is what I see. We're going to have a political tsunami within Azimio. And this is aimed to filter going ahead those who don't believe in Azimio completely. There is no way we can dilly-dally on 2 points and continue as Azimio, because sisi wote tunakubali kila mtu. It will get a point whereby we, as you said earlier, when you started, you need one national issue that rallies people behind everybody. And for me, I have this gut feeling, some political intuitions, that when Baba finally says no to Ruto, Kalonzo will either stay with us or Kalonzo will leave us. And I'm not saying that will happen. I'm saying I got this feeling in me that wherever Baba will want to move ahead, it will not be part of maybe what Kalonzo may do that. And if Kalonzo will have to do that, it will be for political expediency to inherit, according to what I see. But again, when we look back, a non-script, you have to agree. I think you should mute. You have to agree, now that we are looking back, that Ruto bought a lot of our people, including the director of election within ODM, to the extent that we gave so many people nominations thinking they are winning with us, but Ruto knew what he wanted, and that is what basically helped Ruto get Wetangula in, because there is no way, if you have people who are very loyal to the party, and it's still early in the day. Remember how they tried, like we voted Marende how many times? You remember that time that we voted Marende how many times? There was no total infiltration. In fact, what made even, what was this young boy from Italy, Were, from Dagoretti, even to die, was that issue of open voting. And the lawyers stood up and said, you must vote, including people like Boni Alwan. You must vote for Marende. But what happened this time, they did reverse psychology. That instead of buying these people later on, why did they buy them, bankroll their election, and by the end, we will just lose. If we don't take the presidency, we will lose parliament like that. I don't think anywhere in the world such kind of, I don't know, maybe it has happened, but I've never read. I don't want to say it has never, whereby a minority becomes a speaker. It can't, and it will never be. But from Zakayo's point of view, as you said, this is an ICC issue, and you didn't want to go, deep inside. You didn't want to divulge in, and I think I thank you for not doing that, because some things they are covered. You don't need to say too much, because hauna big man ama hauna mtetezi. So Ruto understood that it's within, it will kill us within. And we have seen such kind of characters all over the country, not the only 6 Nyanza people. We have seen all over the country. The first part we saw was mostly a party that was affiliated with Azimio from the Northern Front that has actually not moved out of Azimio, but they are very comfortable voting with Ruto, and our eyes are only looking at the 6 ODM guys. But overall, he stole many of our people openly, and we are not even able to talk about it. So the issue of Wetangula is another issue that we did not concentrate in. But I think we are more smarter now. I think Baba has looked back to the Men in Black, the effect of it. We thought the effect of it was lasting, and we had already taken the malls out. Now, the malls came in a different way, that the Men in Black may not be able to visually see them and eject them. Now, the question is, does ODM still belongs to us? We must have, a party. We must have a conduit. Hii maneno yao wanaongea ujinga that, hata ODM haitakuwa 2027. I don't take it lightly, because these people are hell-bent totally to finish Baba as a person and his conduit to power. I hope Baba will stand firm and make sure. And that's why I warned Njiru the other day that there is part of our speaking that we may speak that will be injurious to the whole country, because it will divide us. If we start saying anybody that has worked with Ruto, Ruto has worked with everybody, na watu walipomjua wengine wakatoroka, wengine wakabaki na yeye. Remember Kirwa after alitoka huko alikasirika sana. Onyapar, this Sacco guy for the nurses or what? The union guy. The same thing, you have seen him throw tantrums everywhere. Why? Because you have seen how conniving Ruto is. So dealing with Ruto is not an issue of one thing. I think it's multi-faced, and we must be cautious that everything that brings what is called power effectively is overhauled. Otherwise, doing one part and thinking you can do the other one later on, it means that, again, we are just doing the same thing, expecting a different result. We must remember. Go ahead.
If me and you can see some of these things, sometimes sometimes I wonder where the strategies are for the ODMs and even the Azimias, because it is even not rocket science to see. You only need to have seen Ruto for 2-3 years. And believe me, one of the things which is so easy for me is guessing Ruto's next move. I see it, I'm telling you, I just see it. I don't know whether you remember, a long time when we were talking about moles in ODM strongholds. I did say here, because it was during those days when that fellow called Kenei, I think, had died, and Ruto was doing the tangatangas around. A good number of the tangatangas that Zakayo was doing was actually buying. He had a team to identify, to move in each county and identify for him the point men of the opposition. Call it ODM for that matter. He spent so much, and for whatever it is, he was very well managed. The other day, I think we did share with you how he was getting money. Which money he was using for his tangatangas, he was using for the same government money, the Uhuru government money. He was not even the money he was taking the churches. It was still government money. They just had a very strong formula on how to get it. It's through the Ministry of Security. That is how they were getting the money they were using. And yet most of us used to think, hey, others have even been commenting here that, you know what, Zakayo spent so much money. You cannot dare do this. Of course he spent much money, but it wasn't his. It wasn't his. The likes of Matiang'i no. It wasn't his money. It was money he got from the same government through his office. And that is why he kept repeating that I'm the deputy, this and that, I'm this and that, I'm this and that. Now, part of the biggest challenge then right now, until very late, even within Azimio, even way after the elections, imagine Zakayo had not forgotten his forays about buying supporters on the other side. Even up to today, I'm sure he's still continuing. Sometimes when they realize that you have challenges, call it challenges. Take, for example, the governor, the previous governors. All those governors have cobwebs in their closets. Now, all Zakayo would do, because he was part of the intelligence during those days, he knows which governor had what closets and what have you. He can use that to approach you to do this and that. And then you used to hear that most of the other governors who are supporting him would not declare for the reason that they feared being pursued by the EACC. That's why. The truth of the matter is that no single governor in Kenya or single MP is clean. Even this so-called CDF, the previous auditor told us 85% of all the parliamentary CDF are in having issues. So in other words, why it is up to the current executive to pursue them or not is what is not clear to me. Why is it that it is whether you survive or not? You really like the Migori governor, the one who killed that girl, the one with all this, who used to send millions of shillings to his children abroad.
Obado.
Oh yes, Obado. You see, it comes to a stage whereby they're saying that, you know what, we can't support, Zakayo was saying, they can't support me directly because the anti-corruption will be on their case. The truth of the matter is, for the right things, the Obados, for example, when the anti-corruption went there, I'm told he bought them. He bought all the so-called ESCC investigators. By the time they were coming back, it was a question of evidence, threshold or what? Threshold or what? The same thing around the Kideros. Now with that, it makes you either get glued to him, because right now he's the one calling the shots. Get glued to him, or he releases the people to come for you. But no single governor is actually clean. They all have issues. Maybe the magnitude is the difference. Now, with that kind of blackmail on your shoulders, you realize that it is easy to say we are working with the government than, than be on your own. Most of us here have been wondering. The Constitution gives the counties an allocation. Why can't the government just insist on that and do what they expected of them? Why are they saying that they want to work with the government? You don't work with the president. Why? That is for a reason that they want to hide. They hope that through that they are going to hide the cobwebs in their closets. That is all that there is. Now you go through this entrepreneuring and doing all this manner of bad deals, and you call that working with the government. Instead of being honest and following the allocation, and you are able to manage your county honestly and in an accountable way. Now, those are the problems that we have. Now, having said all that, you do realize that all these issues are all over the place. The issue is to take the route now being taken by Baba and Ura. For me, I was just praying that they will use all these back and forth issues to have the Bomas conference reconstituted, so that you deal with these issues one by one. Well, if we don't do that, Zakayo has enough resources now to buy anything. And that with this disturbed cost of living or disturbed life, I don't see who will be able to resist. And in fact, sometimes I fear for Baba, because you may find all your supporters have been bought. What do you? I mean, where does that leave you? Thank you.
Niko kwa nyumba. I'm in the house, right? So Bernard complained to me, I go past the 5 hours. So you people, you have to agree. Do you want to conclude, or this feed to be closed at around 5.05? We come again with a new feed.
Elaborate on the point we are doing, then you close, according to me.
You people, you can conclude.
We were talking on the issue of moles and trust deficit in the so-called supporters. Sometimes the people who are very close to you. Sometimes the people who are very close to you. Like, I think that
those will always be there. Okay, 1 minute, bonus.
That is where Baba finds himself now. He doesn't. Who do you trust? If your ODM fellows can be bought leftists and right.
Okay, one unscripted, but the unfortunate part of life, in this life, as long as you are dealing with human beings, those are characters you cannot avoid. People will always want, it is the nature of human beings, people will always want to take advantage of others. It is the Gehazi syndrome. You remember the Gehazi syndrome, the Gehazi of the Bible, the one who after mazawandi zimekataliwa alitoka kwa mlango ya nyuma akasema ni kama amekubali sasa. So it is the Gehazi syndrome which operates in the world. So it's unfortunate that human beings have chosen not to be loyal and sincere to the core.
So are you saying that the Sabina Cheges would always be there?
They will always be there. So what you are supposed to do, ni wewe ufanye mtihani yako vizuri.
So what would you advise Baba?
I would advise Baba to look at the history of the, again, but you have also, Baba will always be operating with these people because he is too forgiving, and He's a guy of big man, of big heart. So as long as you are somebody of big heart, how many people wamepanda baba kwa mabega and their life is good now and they will castigate him, including the famous Moses Kuri ambaye nasikianga alilipiwa school fees.
and the senator from Thika anaitwa nani?
Yeah,
anaitwa mama this albino.
So if you are baba, and I want to, including even Ruto himself, he always dismisses Baba, and Baba has played a big stake in actually even making him to solidify the Rift Valley region. So if you are Baba, you have to live with the traitors. So what you need to do is you just make sure that the people who are within your inner circle, the people operating with you, they are not they don't become the biggest traitors. But it's unfortunate Baba cannot do away with those people because people look at their own interest. Saa zingine Baba amepatana na shinda, kura yake imeibiwa, and wewe umekuwa na Baba hapa, and the other guy on the other aisle is here beckoning with billions of money. So saa zingine it is a choice between allegiance and a full pocket.
No, you know something. I don't know whether Alex is still there, but part of the issue should be he should not make decisions without consulting.
I agree, but what I'm trying to say, Bwana Non-Script, is that it is very difficult to know some of these harlots who will become prostitutes once you help them. How many could have known that, like Jarango, the way he came, a very humble man.
No, Jalango, we knew, my friend. We made noise, Uliza and Deto. We made noise and said, please, this boy is organizing Luo Fest and is forcing to be given. If you could have watched in Jalango TV, the coziness between Jalango and Ruto when he invited him for an interview, anybody who studied body language could tell you that it is beyond friendship. These people are politically romantic. But the people who shocked me, I swear to you, and they must have received a lot of money, is Kanini Kega and Sabina. Unajua umetufunza kusema Sabina sijui nini mpaka I almost said that, and Sabina, yeah. So I mean, these two people shocked me. I couldn't think that they could betray Uhuru. But all along, they were in what is called the payroll of Ruto. Even by a point, we almost nominated Sabina to be the running mate for Baba.
What are the check? I need to laugh on that one with you. Lakini yenyewe watu wanaweza mwagika. That is Onana syndrome yenyewe. Onana. Wasewamani wako hapa. On goal.
Unajua hii maneno ya political malls. There is a time, Alex, we tried to discuss it here when we were still on Mutembei, and I remember. I think Bernard really put us off, and he was saying that we cannot do what the other people are doing because they were so convinced that Baba is going to emerge the winner. Now, if Zakayo can go to the extent whereby he sponsors the rival, he's the one sponsoring both contestants, where the other side is your side, the other side is this side. You can imagine that. You can imagine a lot of whatever you call it, this undermining that he did this, and you didn't just do it in one part of the country. You see, now going forward, Sikio la Kofa, you can't say that those people will always be there, that there is nothing you can do. No. if going forward, Baba must broaden his decision making. Even if he has a preference, he should listen to gossip as well.
So, a non-script, 1 minute. Which assurance do you have that the people who you have cannot be bought in the case of anything? You don't have assurance of the people you're operating with. We just operate with the people I understand of those checks which you are talking about, but really, people who will betray you, it is difficult for you to know, especially when you are dealing with politics, because in politics you are dealing with so many people. Na kuna watu wengine wanaletwa hapo na self interest. Unless you start analyzing these people's history na vitu zingine. Like for example, I want to ask you a question. We have like the new coming brands. Watu wengine tunasikia ni kama wanaweza simama. Like you see like e-wave, like watu kama akina Okanga wametokezea. Watu kama akina Okanga. We have firebrand new young people. How sure are you that somebody like Okanga, if he gets what he wants to get, he cannot betray Baba and the crossover? I'm just asking you, like, which leverage do you have?
So you can. The only challenge is that you remember what Baba did with at some point during the ODM elections. There were a lot of listening to gossip and what have you, and trying to follow up what you hear and follow up what you see. And that is how they were able to save ODM. You remember the Ababu Namwambas almost caused havoc there. Now, you should never retreat from that. You should adopt that as his way of doing things going forward. Because I agree with you, some of these fellows, because of the sort of life I lead, and somebody comes promising you billions, isn't it? See, most people will be tempted, isn't it? Now, if they are on close watch all the time, those things you will be able to tell. You have some own intelligence among all these so-called otherwise diehard supporters, because people will always fall to temptations at some point, especially if you have as a car as your competitor, and that is his currency. Buying your supporters. Instead of creating his support, he goes buying your supporters. Thank you.
Yeah, so Nani, Bwana Alex wanted to rebut. Can you tell me that, Alex, are you sure you are loyal to Baba to the core? Huwezi nunuliwa in case of anything? Let me hear from you.
I know that this has been asked to me several times, and I knew for the last few days you've been trying to ask me that question. Finally you are bold, but I'm not going in there.
What's your price?
Today I've gotten 2 quotes. You know, nowadays we are so dry, we don't get due diligence. Akikwanga huko chini takes some good quotes. Njiru gave me the quote of the month, and he said, if you are Baba, he didn't say that this is what Baba should do. He said, if you are Baba, you will be forced to live with traitors. And that is true, Njiru. There's no question. In Baba's position, he will always live and work with traitors. Unfortunately. A non-script also said something. I didn't know a professor can say this, but it was very powerful. A non-script said, Baba should start listening to gossipers because they're helpful. But Njiru, let me tell you something. The fact that we saw Bunge la Wananchi do what it was supposed to do, through merits, I think they can grow to become leaders. But most of them are not patient, were never patient. The moment I saw Gaucho say this thing, that, who was that? He did say Jalango offered him millions to defect and also offered him. That was his own words in our show. Then he said, Jalango also offered me that kuna manyumba zinaenda kujengwa. I couldn't blame him. because in the end of the day, in Kenya right now, it's man eats man society. Maybe Baba may not be that character, but anything that follows Baba, again, is such kind of character. You look like people like Ongwae. Ongwae stole until he couldn't steal anymore because he didn't know where to steal from. And that's one of the people that was respected within the ODM ranks, and so on and so forth. And if we start saying, or we start looking for evidence, you'll find a lot of people within ODM who have been in leadership have many scandals, which Ruto actually has taken advantage of.
Ongwae was permanently present in Raila's right. Kumbe it was at Zakayo's cost.
You remember me saying it, and people were, and people almost killed him. You know, when I used to say that, let's get
who was fond of sending people to quarantine.
Acha tuachane hiyo ilikuwa ni election, you know, the time for campaign and the time to campaign, that is allowed, not now, but those times it used to be, you know, high voltage to the core that some people had to be sent to quarantine to make the panel breathe a little bit or do some meditation. Otherwise, kuna njia tungetetea Baba unreasonably because somebody also came there unreasonably, you know, trying to lie. But I think moving forward, for me, as Njiru said, we can't get rid of what is called these people who are betrayers. The reason is that you don't even know they are. I swear to you, up to date, when I go back, you know, the worst part of what I do is go back during the election and watch Azimio. I even go back to 2017. Ooh, ni mwaka wa nini? I listened to just that song and how we knew we had won. How we, shit. I go back to 2005. Yeah? This young man, you know, sang a song about soccer, you know, and you see the results. The heart quivers and tells me that there's something you get used to as you go along in politics, that if you take it deep in your heart, it's like the tiger nations, you can even chukua tu, unaweza chukua kitu na ujinyonge right away, man, because some things are not reality. So both of you are right. Both of you are right. But what I like about what Mr. Professor said was we should also listen, whether we like it or not. We must listen to the voice of reason of also what is called mshene. It's lisemwalo liko, kama haliko linakuja. Period. And the extent of the people have now come to know truly they were never in ODM, they were put there by Ruto. They go up to 36. 36. Those ones that you can give evidence today within a party. That tells you how horrible things were. And this seat of election director, it's a hot one. People pay you millions for you to allow them to become a candidate, because some regions, we have gotten to a point that once you have gotten the nomination, election is over. Once you have gotten that nomination, election is over. So people fight to get the nomination. And those areas are within the hot zones of Kenya. In most part of Nyanza, if you get that, you are guaranteed that you might take the seat. And that's why these malls were comfortable buying at any. So who did they buy from? We don't want to go there. That's when we start also doing the bylaws of our parties and say, who can be calm? Who can be calm? I wish we could get people like Matiang'i who are totally honest and they are able to put people who can win and serve the people. within the party they were chosen and be loyal to the cause to the end. But our party directors, bure kabisa. So the whole system is broken, Mr. Professor. There's no one single thing we can do to save us from this dilemma and the trauma we have after election. The dilemma before election and the trauma after election. Thank you. I don't know if
Sikio la, are you closing?
Tutafunga.
Let me say my last word, then me I take off.
Lakini ngoja kabla useme your last one, I can allow some more 15 minutes sababu naona kuna jamaa anaitwa Jeremani. So Jeremani, I can give you 3 to 5 minutes useme kile unasema, alafu Lala hajaongea ama sijui kama Lala amekuja hapa alikuja hapa kufanya LALA.
Lala amelala.
Is Lala asleep?
Yeah.
Is he copying his name?
He's Lala kabisa.
Okay, wacha alale, hatutamuamsha. Unaweza amsha alalaye ulale wewe mwenyewe. So Jeremani, are you from Germany? Okay, you can represent Germany.
So thank you very much for accommodating my entry into the show. My name is derived from the word German, though I'm fully Kenyan. Allow me to make some comments, and I will try and stick very much to the 3 to 5 minutes you've allocated me. Let me start by acknowledging unknown scripts. I also see Alex is there. I see Kenya with Love is somewhere there. I see Lala is also somewhere there. Sikio la Kufa. I was about to name you by your official government names, but I'm well guided by the name you posted there. So my commentary is based on the following, and I'll speak very generally because we're on the tail end of the show, but I've been listening through and through. I just want to make general comments about various happenings, and this is what I had in mind. I was looking at a tweet by Cliff from Better, and this tweet was talking about his client who had imported fuel into the country, and then this fuel was being offloaded by people or parties that she was alerted to, and then she quickly went to the police station and made an occurrence book report. Thereafter, she has disappeared after making a report with the DCI. I'm reminded of Rai. Rai made some statements, and thereafter he disappeared. And the next time we saw him, at least from my side, he was now shaking hands with the king. Public outrage notwithstanding, he has not shown the public who showed him concern or showed concern for his welfare. He has not told the public what happened to him during that time that he was disappeared. It appears that this is becoming a trend, and I just pray that Anjeri is somewhere safe, and when she re-emerges, she will at least tell the public what transpired at that time when she was away. The other thing that I came across on social media was a WRC post, the World Rally Championships. And these championships are said, or at least the lamentation in that post was that the WRC management in Kenya is becoming very tribal. And the tribal nature of it is such that there seems to be money that is lost. Some of the money that is lost is 380 million shillings that is not accounted for. Quite a hefty sum, if we may put it that way. The other things I was able to pick from that lamentation is that helicopter costs have gone up from $1,800 per hour to $2,800 per hour. there seems to be a lot brewing under the surface, and it will be good that this lamentation is addressed in good time. I came across Julius Malema's address at the Pan-African Institute, and I said, very good that we have a Pan-African Institute being hosted in Kenya. It's a good thing that we are thinking far and wide beyond our day-to-day problems. And I liked what Julius Malema said, particularly that he cannot place William Ruto at this point, because what he said during his campaigns are totally different from what is happening. Julius Malema went on to say he will come back to the country, or he would plan to come back to the country sometime in December. And in that December, he wants to come anonymously and just show his South African passport and see whether he will be asked to produce a visa to enter the country. I would really like to see that happen. I'm reminded of those families where the father is very hospitable to guests, but the children at home are always wondering, this man is not fair to us. I also came across a post by Pauline Njoroge. Pauline Njoroge was talking about a CS cabinet secretary who was reporting incidences to the president at that time, and was saying that there's some things happening in the deputy president's side that the CS was concerned about. And the president at that time, who was Uhuru, was very cautious and almost dismissive of those concerns. And when he speaks to the DP, or the deputy president at the time, he was getting a very innocent face and could not believe what the allegations of being leveled were about. I don't know if he dismissed them for political expediency so that his government at that time does not look bad. But here we are suffering the consequences nevertheless. I saw people make comments about the director of meteorology, and I was surprised, not really surprised, but I could see other statements previously made by the president about the weather, El Nino not being there. And I thought, are we headed in the wrong direction? But as I said, I'm not really surprised. Finally, I was able to look at or get glimpses of the Meru governor's impeachment motion in Senate. And the thing that stood out for me is that it appears decisions are made based on emotions and the feelings of the day, as opposed to a targeted, focused approach towards the impeachment motion at hand. At the root of it, in my view, was the concern that residents of Meru or representatives of Meru, who are the MCAs, are not cooperating or getting along with the governor. I really hoped there would be a resolution that would make either side cooperate with the other. But it appears to me, at the end of it, gender became the sticking point. Comments made by Mpuri Aburi appear to be key evidence against impeachment. There were allegations of money being put forth, and my question was, have we come to that point where we have totally agreed or lifted our hands up and said, the parliament that we have will not serve us? And if that is the case, why aren't we considering steps like recalling all the MPs come August 2024, so that only the clean ones will be re-elected, and we are sure that the government or parliament is totally independent of the executive arm of government. Session Chair, I wish to end it at that. I thank you for your indulgence.
So you have been you can mute. You have been exhaustive. So mimi nitaarika hao wengine wote, kila mtu atoe conclusion yake, na tufunge jedwali siku ya leo. Nafikiria mmeweza kujimwaga, you have spoken what you needed to say. A non-script, Alex, tukisonga. Alex, chukulia na utupe mwongozo. Tell us, is there a hope of revival in Kenya? Unajua pia revival sio crusade peke yake. Is there hope for revival in Kenya? You can conclude with that.
Swali nzuri na ngumu, but rahisi pia, depending on when we are. The book of Paul, the great book of love that Paul wrote, 1 Corinthians chapter 13, inamaliza love, hope, and what? But the greatest is love. So kuna love, faith, and hope, but the greatest is love. So for the love of our nation, we have faith that everything, hopefully, will be fine. And it's also depend on how much we decide what part we can contribute. My finishing comments, like my closing comments, are very simple. We have one country, and we are seeing that how things are going. We can never have another country. We can only be refugees, or we can be residents if they so agree with the town. The case of Kenya is a very pity case whereby just a year ago, Kenya was a flourishing country with the hope that leadership was being sanitized. We had people surrounding the president that made sense, moved forward with courage, but today we are leaderless, and I think it's hurting the whole country as a whole, from education, from healthcare, and financially, and even family-wise, it's hurting people. As of now, we are in a dark moment. We cannot lie the situation we are in, and that's why people from the people from the rift and also from the mountains have decided, no, we cannot allow this. If we made mistakes, we cannot stick by them. That gives me a more hope of a united, country. Abraham Lincoln used to say a united nation, because of the war, the Southern War, the Civil War. But he relentlessly believed that this country, regardless of what, they must fight, win, unite this country. And that is why somehow, even through dubious ways, it has become very, very powerful. So unity is one thing and talking is another thing. I hope we unite in what will unite us, but not divide with what divides us. Thank you, Mr. Njiro.
Haya, musiku mwanana. You can be sit well. If still the exercise is there, hujatupea progress of it. I hope you have been doing it well. Sijui kama ni kufutwa ulifutwa. It is possible. Unajua mtu akifanya kazi vibaya. So all in all good, we are happy to be seeing you. Ukuja kupunguza usiku na sisi. So bwana LALA, if you are allowed, can you give your conclusion? I think he is not there. So bwana Jerumani, give your conclusion now. And you be rounder, kuna watu wali complain kama huko unaongea vizuri, like your voice, I mean. If you can give your voice tutafurahia. Give your conclusion. Is there hope for this country? Are we lost? Are we in the wilderness? Can Kenyans rescue themselves? Do they need an artificial rescue? What is it like? Can a revolution build in Kenya? Talk about that.
Thank you, Sikio La Kufa. I don't have much to say today. It's been a long day, and that's why even my voice is at a lower level. I put my volume on maximum, but maybe this is not the day for me to speak. But all in all, there is hope for Kenya. The only thing I would say is that we keep looking for hope outside and externally. It should be that this hope should come from within ourselves. Everyone should be asking, what can I do in my individual capacity to change the state of things? We're all looking externally, and I say externally, we are looking for people like Kalonzo, people like Raila, people like Martha Karua to do something for us. We are looking at MPs to do something for us. Unfortunately, we will not get that from them, with interests and vested interests at play. So I can only say that at this point, we must start having a conversation about solutions that come from within. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, there is a friend Sagara. What's really is the motive of this channel? We understand the challenges we are facing, but continued use of abuses and call for revolution is being irresponsible. So I don't know what friend Sagara is talking about. I think this channel, people come here to sensitize each other. We are not a political party. We have to come and give strategies here. For ours is to vent that anger which Kenyans have. So, Bwana friend Sagara, you are also free to come into the program next time when we are here to also tell the people you understand the challenges. Come and explain those challenges. Saa zingine hata kuongea story ya ugonjwa ni dawa yenyewe. Zakayo can know that things are not okay. So don't be surprised if you don't have a way in which you can help. You can remain where we are. So some of us, we feel we are helping by being here. So we don't feel that we are just venting hunger here alone. There are many Kenyans who rely on this national TV for their mental health. Our TV here is one of the best alternatives now that our media houses cannot even give us the truth or even push against Zakayo. Because they just report to us what Zakayo is doing. So we don't see many people doing enough towards. We have a parliament which is not serious. So, Bwana friend Sagara, we are here because we feel we can do something by our own self. We have been left alone. Everybody went to Zakayo. So friend Sagara, we are angered, but you have consistently called for anarchy. It's not the solution. No one is calling for anarchy. I think you are outstretching us. What we are calling for is for feasible solutions towards the problems which are happening. And we have so many issues which we have so many directions of which we can do. So I don't think, Bwana friend Sagara, I can be able to talk to you. You need to follow our program more. You'll be able to know that we talk more, we talk bigger things than anarchy. I think you're the person who is talking anarchy. So Haron was here. Irina Yimba, mama wetu, siku hizi ni kama anajificha ficha, anakujanga kama maunga. Aaron Muya, Sijui kama huyu Haron Muya bado ndiye Haron wamefuatana. There was Bwana Karaoke. He was talking of a new feed. Sijui kama alikuwa anataka kutokezea. So let me know if you people you need another feed, I can start it off. But I would not like to start a feed and then I'm there alone. So Bwana, I think a non-script is already tired. Nimekuita sikusikia conclusion yako, so I can give you because sijui kama ulikuwa umeenda kuchemusha maji or you had gone to, anyway, whatever you had gone to do, I think I can give you this 2 minutes to also vent your hunger and you give us a way forward. What next for us? What do you think? Are we okay? Are we doing good? Anything can be done in a civilized manner? Those are the things.
Let me tell you what's happening. Given what's happening, the Kalonzos, the Babas, and what have you, the issues they want to address, the issues they are proposed to address, would be sorted out. Remember, the biggest, let me, according to me, on a highlight, the issues which must be addressed are to do with the judiciary. You see, this idea of taking forever and ever and taking, the judgments which cannot even be understood, this has to stop. Then there's the issues around chapter 6. This has to stop. There are the issues about parliament. Almost 1/4 of the laws in the new constitution are supposed to be made operational and to be implemented based on certain input from parliament. Unfortunately, parliament seems to be the direct beneficiaries on these areas. That's what does that tell you? There is no way they are going to get off of it. So that is a wrong thing to do. Now, the other thing is the issues about using the law to defeat the law. Zakayo has perfected this. Zakayo has perfected this idea. Use the law to perfect the law, to do the monkey businesses in the law. I keep repeating here the issues of how they made parliament the way it is now. Even the people who purportedly were moving towards the KK side, they have not constitutionally, legally moved to that side so as to give them the so-called majority that they are. They are not. So the way things are now is the way the 2022 elections were done. And look at that picture. They are not the majority. They are not the majority. That has to go on record. Now, one day, if we have a proper court, what will come to light is that all these issues which have been done by this parliament are illegal and unconstitutional. Where will that put the country? It means that all these things that you have been doing all this time, they are being conducted by an illegal parliament. Unconstitutional. You are headed for a constitutional crisis. Now, my way forward is that the fellows in Azimio side, personally, I need to get, by the way, Siki, I hope you have my number. There are certain calls that I need to make. There are certain calls that I need to make, and I'm going to need your input. So that these issues of backbiting, moles in your wing or in your parties, or it can be dealt with strategically. I gave you the example. If they had not done something about the ODM men in black takeover, which they brought to an end, imagine you not be here today. You not be here today. It is high time strategy changes. As much as you keep repeating here that Baba Kisema who ni who, Baba Kisema he ni he. No, Baba should say left or right after he has done consultations. A lot of it. Otherwise, you are playing into Zakayo's hands, which I think is not the right way to. So let's find a way to end up at a constitutional conference to address the issues which have failed Kenyans in the current constitution. Thank you.
Okay, I think that one is quite deep.
So I'll call you to pick the call, eh?
Yeah, hiyo ni unataka kupiga leo ama unataka kupiga lini?
Tomorrow. I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay, ni sawa, nipigie kesho. Anything for the progress of our political party, I'm up for it. So,
No, thank you.
So I think, Bwana Lala, are you still there?
Silala alilala ha.
Okay, let me read what Sagara is saying because he seems to be jamani kama atufuati. I think I don't know why he thinks that tumeongea vitu mingi sana. We have talked about bipartisan hapa sijui nini. I don't know why he is asking what are you people proposing
or regarding what? The way forward.
I think he is saying that what is really the motive of this channel. Anasema ni kama atielewi hii channel yetu. So, I don't know. I think he is lost because if he followed the full... I don't think 120 people are here to waste their time. Eh?
But you know what, Sikio? We are here on just talking on current affairs. We are talking on the current affairs in Kenya.
I don't know
what is difficult to understand there.
I don't know why he is insulting the intelligence of 120 people who are here, and I think they are also people who could be doing something, and they are busy listening to this unmotiveness, as he calls it, channel.
Ask him his mother tongue, then you can elaborate.
Amekusikia, he can say najua. I know he is feeling happy hearing us, ni vile anataka kutusumbua. I always know these are the people who talk in reverse. Nawajua sana. As I said before, our leaders have failed us. Ruto, Uhuru, Raila, Kalonzo, and all the rest. Solutions must be people driven. Baba is now happy with official leadership of the opposition. Okay. Wewe bwana unknown script, you have to record this one. Hii sitakuachilia. What is this guy saying when he is talking of official position? Ndio hiyo nimekuwekea.
In which context is he saying that? First of all, the official position is completely unconstitutional in Kenya. It does not even exist. It is just in his imagination. I'm sorry, who is the questioner? That is in your imagination for the reason that such a position does not even exist anywhere. It is not in the constitution. It is not even in the Azimio or whatever. So to that extent, it is irrelevant. And if Baba has accepted anything like that, that is up to him. If he can accept something which is non-existent. I think, why don't you close, we call it a day.
Yeah, ni sawa, hiyo nimekubali. So the station was good. Nyinyi watu mumeongea vizuri. Keep coming here. I'm only remaining with one thing, kucheza ile video yenu ya kuwafungia kipindi. Sijui kama ndio hii.
Hiyo ya
Mia, munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni Baba. Nawaambia.
Mlikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende.
Muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Rift Valley tuko pamoja. Petition ile ya pesa 8. Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
Raila
tega sikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba regesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tuende maandamano. Wakenya wamechoka.
Okay, thank you.